Chapter 832. Wu Qingyue took a deep breath and exhaled. Then, he put on a warm smile and said, I came to see if you're feeling unwell, but you don't seem to have any major problems. If I'm not wrong, the problem should be with the child. He paused, and before Lin Qiao could speak, he said, as the child's father, I think I have the right to know about the child's condition. Lin Qiao turned to look outside the door. The room was soundproof, so she wasn't worried that her conversation with Wu Qingyue would be overheard by the guards outside. She's fine, Lin Qiao said calmly. Just like he said, as the child's father, he had the right to know about the child's condition. Even if the child's soul might be the child of her and that scumbag, it was now her and Wu Qingyue's child. That was true. Fortunately, the child's bloodline had changed, even though she didn't like Wu Qingyue. But at least he was better than that scumbag Yang Jianhua. Just then, someone knocked on the door again. Come in, Lin Qiao responded this time. The two of them looked at the door at the same time. Shen Yuzhen opened the door and said to Lin Qiao, Leader, the deputy leader sent someone to report that someone from Qingshan base is here and wants to make a deal with you. The deputy leader asked for your permission. Do you want to meet them? Lin Qiao's expression froze. Qingshan base. A deal? What do they want from us? Then, he lowered his eyes and rubbed his chin, thinking about the other party's intentions. Qingshan base. I've always felt that Lan Lu has been looking at you in a strange way. Wu Qingyue had already returned to his usual smiling face, but his eyes seemed to be thinking about something. Lin Qiao glanced at him. She knew that Lan Lu already knew the secret of Qingshan base, but she believed that Lan Lu wouldn't tell anyone. Wu Qingyue didn't know what she and Lan Lu were thinking. In his eyes, Lan Lu seemed to have approached her with unknown intentions. Arrange a place for them to stay and see them in a few days. Who came? Lin Qiao turned to Shen Yuzhen and asked. 5 people came, 1 man, 1 woman, and 3 strange people with covered heads and faces. I don't know if they're men or women. Plus a dog, Shen Yuzhen said with some hesitation. Okay, I got it. Go. Lin Qiao nodded. After Shen Yuzhen went out, Wu Qingyue continued to sit in the chair and looked at her silently. Lin Qiao turned her head and looked at him for a few seconds. Anything else? Wu Qingyue sighed and asked with a helpless smile, Tell me, what's going on with your body? Otherwise, why would you be hospitalized for observation? Lin Qiao retracted his gaze coldly. Didn't you already guess it? Wu Qingyue immediately stood up and wanted to walk over to Lin Qiao, but he hesitated. With an anxious look on his face, he asked, Really, what's the problem? Is it serious? Although he could guess that the situation was not that serious when he saw Lin Qiao's calm expression, he could not help but worry and want to know. Because her body was too special, it was different from normal people. If there were any abnormalities, the consequences would be unknown, so he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Don't worry, she's fine. I'm the one who's in trouble. Lin Qiao glanced at him indifferently and continued to read the document in his hand. Seeing her like this, Wu Qingyue knew that she didn't want to say more. Suppressing the urgent thoughts in his heart, he sat back down with a blank expression. Lin Qiao raised her eyes and looked at him strangely. Still not leaving? Wu Qingyue decisively shook his head. The rascally attitude from before came out again. I'm not leaving. Unless you tell me what's going on. Even if she didn't say it, he would still find out. And this female zombie seemed to have a close relationship with the doctor from the Lin family. Obviously, he should know something about her body's problem. Thinking of Lin Hao, Wu Qingyue immediately remembered that Lin Hao was a single man. And he was young, handsome, and had a good temperament. And a doctor. Doctors had a very high status in the apocalypse. Thinking of the scene of the young and handsome Lin Hao lifting the female zombie's clothes and checking her stomach, Wu Qingyue felt uncomfortable again. Looking at Wu Qingyue's expressionless face suddenly darkened, Lin Qiao unconsciously raised a finger to touch her chin. She looked at him with a curious expression. What the hell was this man thinking? On the other side, Yuan Tianqing received Lei Qing and the others in the living room. After receiving the message from Shen Yuzhen, he smiled and said to Lei Qing and the others, "Our leader agreed to discuss the deal with you, but it's not convenient for her right now. You may need to wait for a few more days." "No problem. No problem. We can also visit your base for a bit." "Deputy Leader Yuan, you don't mind, right?" Yi Yingyue stared with her big watery eyes. She didn't mind waiting for a few more days. On the contrary, she seemed to be very interested in the new base. "Of course not." Towards a beautiful and cute girl, Yuan Tianqing's smile was very gentle. He nodded and said, "Then I'll send someone to take you to your place of residence." Saying that, Yuan Tianqing thoughtfully looked at the three guys with their heads and faces covered. A few days later, Lin Qiao's situation remained the same. Lin Hao looked left and right but didn't see any abnormal reactions, so he let her leave the medical center. "Pay attention to maintaining your energy. Don't cut off the energy supply." Lin Hao only reminded her of this point, and didn't say anything else. Although the child absorbed very little energy now, it was possible that she would absorb more and more when she grew up. Lin Qiao nodded and agreed to his reminder. But even if Lin Hao didn't say it, she also knew that she couldn't cut off little man's energy source. Lin Hao held the examination information in his hand, then glanced at Wu Qingyue next to him with a strange expression, and then looked at Lin Qiao. In the end, it turned into an expression of wanting to say something. This man suddenly appeared in his office with a cold face 3 days ago, and asked him about Lin Qiao's situation. Lin Qiao's identity was special, and he thought that Lin Qiao wouldn't tell anyone else about the child other than the Lin family. However, as soon as this man appeared, he directly asked what happened to Lin Qiao's child. And his cold face carried a strong sense of hostility. Looking at the person who usually smiled like the spring breeze suddenly become cold and with a strong sense of hostility in front of him. Lin Hao was very sensitive, and he smelled a strong sense of jealousy. Then, he suddenly discovered a truth. Okay. So this is the child's father. His sister was still hiding it, and in the end, this person came to the door himself. Looking at the jealousy and hostility in the other person's eyes, Lin Hao felt inexplicably refreshed. Then he remembered that the other person had eaten his sister's first time after changing her body, so the refreshment in his heart immediately turned into displeasure. Chapter 833. Thus, Wu Qingyue saw Lin Hao running to the female zombie's ward 5 times a day. Not only did he have a face full of concern, he even used the checkup to touch the female zombie. Wu Qingyue felt that he was about to explode. The smile on his face was getting harder and harder to maintain. As soon as he saw Lin Hao appear, his face would become gloomy. When Lin Hao saw his face, he was secretly pleased. Their faces were beaming with pride and contentment. Lin Qiao was sandwiched between the two. How could he not notice the change in the atmosphere of the two men? He rolled his eyes countless times in his heart, but Lin Qiao still had to go along with his little brother's act. Because she also wanted Wu Qingyue to continue to misunderstand, it would be best if he got so angry that he gave up on her. It would be even better if he thought that she wasn't a good woman. She smiled gently at Lin Hao and said, "Thank you, Dr. Lin. You're the best." Then she said the words "Dr. Lin" in a gentle and flirtatious tone, causing Lin Hao to shiver and his hair to stand up. But on the surface, he was still very calm, and said with a smile, "No need to thank me, if you really want to thank me." Why don't we have dinner together tonight? Since you've been discharged, we can celebrate. Although they often had dinner together, but these words sounded different to Wu Qingyue's ears. No. Wu Qingyue didn't even think about it and objected. But Lin Hao wasn't afraid of him at all. He looked at him with a sneer, and said with ridicule in his eyes, "Oh? What right does Leader Wu have to object? Although everyone knows that you're chasing our leader didn't agree to your pursuit. She doesn't need your permission to eat with whoever she wants." Wu Qingyue's face immediately became a bit ugly, but he had nothing to say. He stared at Lin Hao's smiling face with a gloomy expression, then looked at the female zombie's smiling face. She felt suffocated in her heart. She felt very uncomfortable, neither up nor down. "Okay, Leader Wu. Dr. Lin is right, this is my business." Lin Qiao also spoke at this time, helping his little brother to give Wu Qingyue a knowing blow. "I'll be waiting for Leader's feast tonight." Lin Hao curled the corner of his mouth and said, then turned to open the door and left. Although Shen Yuzhen and Duan Wan at the door maintained their expressionless faces, one of them was already laughing in her heart. The other felt helpless for Wu Qingyue. Although the two of them couldn't hear the conversation inside, they could guess something just by looking at the scene and the expressions of these people. Duan Wan knew Lin Qiao's real identity, so she immediately knew what kind of show they were putting on. Just by looking at the ashen face of the leader of Sea City, one could tell that the siblings were doing this on purpose. He suddenly felt sorry for this Leader Wu. On the other hand, Shen Yuzhen really felt pity for her former leader. The woman he was pursuing was in a relationship with another man, and she even showed off in front of him. "My heart is so tired. Yes, I don't have the right to control who you eat with. You can do whatever you want." Wu Qingyue suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly to Wu Yuezhen, "Lingling, let's go back." Wu Yueling looked at her papa's face and saw that he seemed to be very angry. Her little sweetheart was a little scared. She obediently walked to Wu Qingyue's side and raised her hand to hold papa's hand. She helplessly turned her head and reluctantly looked at Lin Qiao. Although she didn't want to be separated from her zombie mommy, her daddy was angry now. She should go back with her daddy first. Lin Qiao smiled and waved to Wu Yueling, making a goodbye gesture. At dinner time, there was indeed only Lin Hao who came. Lin Qiao was a zombie, although she didn't eat human food now. But her cooking skills were still there, although she couldn't taste it. "Try this, I haven't made it for a long time. The seasoning is not good." Putting the last vegetable on the table, Lin Qiao said to Lin Hao, who was sitting at the table and eating with his chopsticks, "It's a little salty." Lin Hao picked up a chopstick and put it in his mouth, chewing and said. Lin Qiao took a glass of water and sat opposite him, saying to him, "You told him about my situation?" Lin Hao looked up at her and nodded. Since he is the child's father, he does have the right to know about this. Although I don't expect him to help, I can't let him accidentally affect you and the child. Lin Qiao nodded and didn't say anything. Lin Hao drank a mouthful of soup, then looked at her and said, "Speaking of which, you too, you already did that, why can he still act like nothing happened? Are you a fake zombie?" Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him. "You want to find a female zombie to try? I'll help you." Lin Hao almost spat out the soup in his mouth, and quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I don't want to. I'm just curious. After all, how many zombies do you think are as fake as you? Lin Qiao smiled slyly at him. There are too few women now, I'm afraid you can't find one. Although she was just saying it, she didn't really dare to let Lin Hao find a zombie wife. Like Shen Yuzhen and Chen Yuding, they still didn't dare to touch hands. These days were really hard. Even if Shen Yuzhen could retract her nails, she could still hold hands. But kissing, these two didn't dare to cross this step. But what Lin Hao said was also right, not every zombie's physique was like hers. If it wasn't for the energy in the lake, perhaps Wu Qingyue wouldn't be able to live well now. Sis, why don't you tell me how you guys, did it? Although it's not scientific, but maybe we can research in this direction. Lin Hao thought of this, and looked at Lin Qiao with his eyes shining. You want to research everything. Is my child not enough for you to research? You still want to research that? Or do you want to try it yourself? Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him, and then changed the topic. TSK, I'm serious with you. Can't you speak properly? Lin Hao stared at her discontentedly. Lin Qiao reached out and slapped his head. What, are you so interested in your sisters? Are you ashamed? Fuck. I'm clearly asking you seriously, you're the one who always uses this kind of dirty talk, okay? If you don't tell me the process, how can I research it? If this matter can be solved, not only can I help Chen Yuding and his wife, maybe it will help you zombies in the future. Lin Hao was immediately angry after being slapped. In the end, he added, why don't you understand? Lin Qiao just wanted to tease him. Seeing that he was really angry at this time, he smiled and said, all right, I'll tell you. When we were at the bottom of the lake in my space, I guess it had something to do with the energy in the lake. Lin Hao held the chopsticks in one hand and the rice bowl in the other. After hearing this, he pondered for a while. He muttered, in the water. Could it be that both of us can only do it in that kind of lake? Lin Qiao nodded. That might be the case. Chapter 834. No, speaking of which, when did your relationship with him reach this stage? What's going on now? His sister was already pregnant, but she didn't want to accept him. Lin Hao felt that there was something going on between them. What kind of relationship has reached this stage? I don't have any feelings for him, it's just a business relationship. You know about this body, what he did before has nothing to do with me, okay? Lin Qiao rolled her eyes. Huh? Then why are you with him? Are you just having sex? Lin Hao looked at her in confusion. Then, he continued to stuff rice into his mouth. Eat your food, why are you asking so many questions? Lin Qiao glared at him. Lin Hao lowered his head and ate quietly. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else that he's the baby's father, not even mom and brother. Lin Qiao warned him seriously. Oh. Lin Hao responded with a mouth full of rice. At this time, Lu Tong had moved to a new place. He hadn't tidied up his things yet. It was a suite with one bedroom, one living room, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a balcony. Although it was a little small, it had everything. If Lin Wenwen were to enter the bedroom, she would immediately recognize that the furnishings in the bedroom were the same as the room in the painting she had seen before. At this moment, Lu Tong was happily preparing the meal. The food was brought from the canteen because ordinary people couldn't cook in a place like this. The power supply in the base was still not enough, and not every household could use it. Even if it could be used, there was a time limit. He wasn't worried that Yuan Tianqing wouldn't come here, since he had promised him. As far as he knew, Yuan Tianqing was a man of his word. Lu Tong took out a few corpse cores from his collection and exchanged them for a few dishes. He didn't realize that Lin Wenwen was hiding in a window and watching his every move with a pair of binoculars. Her premonition was getting stronger and stronger. Thinking that Yuan Tianqing was going to have a meal with Lu Tong, she immediately felt that Yuan Tianqing wouldn't be able to finish the meal smoothly. Didn't you say that the deputy leader is treating him? Why are you in his room? Long Qingying looked at Lin Wenwen with a confused expression. Lin Wenwen shook his head. He didn't know what Lu Tong said to make Yuan Tianqing agree to come here. However, it was clear that his motives were not pure. Look, there's going to be a good show. Lin Wenwen sneered. Lu Tong's condition for Yuan Tianqing to eat at his house was that Yuan Tianqing had to offer a bottle of wine as an apology, and that Yuan Tianqing had to eat at his new house. Lu Tong would only accept Yuan Tianqing's apology after the celebration of moving into a new house. Since she kept saying that she didn't have any friends to celebrate with, Yuan Tianqing agreed without a second thought. After Lu Tong placed the dishes on the table, he placed 2 glasses of water on the 2 seats. Then, he openly poured the knockout drug that he got from Li Honglin into the glass opposite him and placed it on the table, waiting for Yuan Tianqing to drink it after he finished eating. As the vice leader, of course, he had to be careful with what he ate. However, Lu Tong had presented himself as a kind and upright person in front of Yuan Tianqing so that Yuan Tianqing wouldn't think that he would do such a thing and wouldn't suspect that he had the guts to do so. After all, he looked so weak. There was nothing to guard against, right? After setting everything up, Lu Tong's mouth curved into a smile. However, he thought that after he knocked out Yuan Tianqing, he would have to be naked and let Yuan Tianqing press on top of him. The corners of his mouth immediately turned down, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. On the other side, Lin Qiao chased Lin Hao away after he finished eating. Then, he listened to Xie Dong's report about Lu Tong. Even the matter of him getting the knockout drug from Li Honglin was clearly investigated. This Lu Tong is really evil. Lin Qiao said expressionlessly. Yuan Tianqing was heterosexual. He obviously had no interest in men, but the other party wanted to use this method to tie him down. If Lu Tong succeeded, Yuan Tianqing wouldn't feel good about it. Xie Dong stood straight next to her, and there was no expression on his tough face. Ever since he became a zombie, his face seemed to have lost the ability to change expressions, and he always had a straight face. Hearing Lin Qiao's words, he didn't say anything, but Shen Yuzhen, who was next to him, said, Miss Wenwen probably won't let Lu Tong succeed. Lin Qiao nodded and said, of course, Lu Tong could have targeted anyone, but why did he target Yuan Tianqing? Then, she said the same thing as Lin Wenwen, now, let's wait for the show. Lu Tong didn't have to wait long before he heard footsteps and knocks on the door. You're here. Lu Tong opened the door with a refreshing smile, and saw Yuan Tianqing standing at the door with his men. Yuan Tianqing stood straight at the door, and with a gentle smile on his handsome face, he walked in. How's this place? Is it okay? It's great, it's good enough to have a place to stay. Lu Tong smiled modestly, and then saw Lu Junjie, who was behind Yuan Tianqing, come in with a bottle of red wine, and even prepared 2 glasses. Lu Junjie put the wine bottle and glasses on the table, and looked at the dishes on the table without saying anything, then stood to the side without saying anything. Lu Tong looked at Lu Junjie a few times, and then led Yuan Tianqing to a seat. Then, he looked at Lu Junjie a few times, and wanted to say something, but stopped. Seeing his expression, Yuan Tianqing asked curiously, what's wrong? Lu Tong retracted his gaze, embarrassed, and said a little unnaturally, that I'm not used to people standing next to me when I'm eating. Why don't you eat with us? Is that okay? As he spoke, he looked like he was going to get another set of chopsticks. Hey, no need, I'll ask him to wait outside. Yuan Tianqing hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, and then glanced at Lu Junjie. After all, most ordinary people were not used to people standing next to them when they were eating, and that would make them feel pressured. Lu Junjie hesitated for 2 seconds, and only turned to leave when he saw Yuan Tianqing nod. Then, he helped close the door. Only then did Lu Tong let out a sigh of relief, and in fact, he was really relieved. Although he had already thought of how to get Yuan Tianqing's men to leave, he was not very confident. Now that he had successfully sent them away, he heaved a sigh of relief. You exchanged so many dishes, don't tell me you've traded all your money away. Actually, you don't have to be so wasteful. Looking at the 4 dishes on the table, it was usually very difficult for ordinary people to eat. Yuan Tianqing sighed. How can I do that? Today is a celebration of my moving house. And I have to thank you, of course I have to eat something good. Moreover, you brought wine, you can't not have dishes to go with it, right? Lu Tong smiled a little bashfully. Chapter 835. Yuan Tianqing looked at Lu Tong, who was smiling like a little animal, even though he didn't like her weak personality. Although he did not like his weak personality, he seemed to see a bit of strength in this weakness, which was why he did not dislike it. Moreover, he did bump into him, and the other party was already injured. Yuan Tianqing felt a little apologetic about this. Therefore, after knowing that the other party was a space arcanist, he thought that he would be a moving warehouse and a very precious resource if he could groom him in the future. Therefore, he immediately asked Yuanqing to arrange a new place for him. Moreover, he wanted to treat the other party to a good meal in the canteen as an apology. However, the other party said that he must have a good meal in his new home. Coincidentally, he wanted to have a meal with him, so he might as well go to his house. At first, Yuan Tianqing was not very willing, but when he saw the cautious, eager, and nervous look in the other party's eyes, he did not know why his heart suddenly softened and he agreed. In the end, he thought about it and said that he would bring a bottle of wine over. Therefore, even though he was a little unwilling, he still came. All right, while the food is still warm, eat quickly. Congratulations on moving to your new home. Yuan Tianqing put aside the little bit of dissatisfaction in his heart and opened the bottle with a gentle smile on his face. He poured a third of the wine into the glass and handed it over. Thank you. Lu Tong smiled and nodded. He took the glass and clinked it with Yuan Tianqing. When he put the glass to his lips and drank, his eyelids were covered with a smile of success. Fortunately, he had been hiding his second arcana. Because this arcana was only at level 3, it was completely useless against Yuan Tianqing, who had already broken through to level 7. However, if he added some acting and manipulation, it would be a different story. If it was not because of his previous acting, which made the other party think that he was a weak person. If he created a little guilt and apology in the other party's heart, it would be easier for him to let his guard down. This way, he could release his second arcana bit to make the other party agree with him. Therefore, whether it was the careless Yuan Tianqing or Lin Qiao and Lin Wenwen who were watching Lu Tong, they did not expect Lu Tong to be hiding another arcana that no one knew about. Spirit Arcana. Lu Tong and Yuan Tianqing fell silent. After 2 glasses of wine, they started to talk more openly. You seem to be drunk. Don't drink any more. Lu Tong's face was flushed and his eyes were misty. Yuan Tianqing tried to persuade him. How could it be? I've only drunk 2 cups. Let me tell you, when I followed them here, I was so weak that I was almost abandoned by them several times. If I didn't have something in my space, I wouldn't have come here alive. Lu Tong murmured. He sat steadily in his seat without moving, but his mouth kept talking. She seemed to be a little drunk when she talked about her past half-truths. Yuan Tianqing had always been a patient person, so he looked at him with a smile, eating the dishes on the table while listening to him continue. He believed that after this meal, no one would dare to cause trouble for Lu Tong in the future. In any case, he was someone who had a meal with the deputy leader. In the future, if anyone wanted to touch him, they would have to consider their own side first. An hour later, all the dishes on the table were finished. However, Lu Tong had no intention of stopping. He was still asking for wine. Yuan Tianqing could only find a glass of water for him. He looked left and right and saw the 2 glasses of water that Lu Tong had placed on the table. He picked up one of the glasses and passed it to him. Here's the wine you wanted. Drink it. Lu Tong took it without hesitation and was about to drink it. Suddenly, he stared blankly at Yuan Tianqing for a while and said, I'll drink. You have to drink too. Come, cheers. Cheers, cheers. It was obvious that he wouldn't drink the water if he didn't toast with him. It was useless to reason with a drunkard, so Yuan Tianqing sighed and picked up his wine glass as he wanted. However, just as he was about to clink his glass with Lu Tong's, Lu Tong pulled his glass back. No. That's not right. Why, is mine white and yours red? Lu Tong stared at his glass with confusion in his eyes. Yuan Tianqing had no choice but to put down the glass in his hand. Then, he picked up the other glass and clinked it with Lu Tong's. Come, it's the same now. Then, he raised his head and gulped it down. He only wanted to let this guy drink the water in the glass as soon as possible and drag him to rest so that he could leave as soon as possible. After seeing him drink the cup of water, Lu Tong's eyes, which were originally hazy from being drunk, flashed imperceptibly before quickly disappearing. Then, he raised his head and drank the water to hide the excitement in his eyes. On the other side, Lin Wenwen held the binoculars and quietly watched the situation over here. After seeing the two of them drink a glass of water, Lu Tong directly laid on the table and stopped moving. Yuan Tianqing stood up and walked to his side, then helped him to the bedroom. They're here. After the two of them went in, Lin Wenwen said with a gloomy expression. Long Qingying, who had been watching from the side, also understood what she was talking about. After the two of them went in, Yuan Tianqing, who was supposed to come out soon, didn't move at all. On the other hand, when Yuan Tianqing put Lu Tong down on the bed, Lu Tong might have accidentally hooked him down. The two of them fell on the bed together. Following that, Yuan Tianqing felt dizzy. He propped himself up on the bed and shook his head. However, the more he shook, the heavier his head became. Before he could figure out what was going on, his vision went black and he didn't know anything. Lu Tong was also lying down, but after a few minutes, he suddenly got up. He didn't look like he was floating when he walked, and his face was calm and tranquil. He looked at Yuan Tianqing for a few seconds, then bent over and pushed Yuan Tianqing's shoulder with force. He called out tentatively, Deputy Leader. Deputy Leader. Seeing that Yuan Tianqing didn't react at all, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. When Yuan Tianqing woke up tomorrow and found himself naked on top of him, he would see what Yuan Tianqing, who was afraid of owing favors, would do. As he thought about it, he started to take off Yuan Tianqing's clothes. After that, he threw Yuan Tianqing on the bed and started to take off his own clothes. When his gaze swept over the other party's naked, slender, and strong body, his eyes showed a hint of disgust. But soon, he didn't care anymore. After taking off his clothes, he climbed onto the bed and was about to pull Yuan Tianqing down on top of him. Bang! Suddenly, the door was broken. Lu Tong was startled and turned his head abruptly. Chapter 836. You. Who are you? Why are you barging into my house? Lu Tong's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the group of people standing outside the door. Lin Wenwen stood at the door and looked at the naked Lu Tong on the bed. Although she was mentally prepared, she still felt like she was going to go blind. Thus, she quickly shifted her gaze to Yuan Tianqing, who was lying motionless next to him. She glanced at his round butt and blushed as she turned her face away. Ah yeah. Although she averted her gaze, she still immediately called out. Then she quickly pulled the expressionless Long Qingying to the side and let the wall block the unsightly scene in the room. Lu Tong's expression turned into one of panic after his initial disbelief. However, he had a psychic ability. He quickly calmed down and shouted, "Wait a minute. How dare you barge into my house?" He didn't look like he was caught doing something bad at all. He even calmly pulled the blanket over himself. While he was speaking, Lu Junjie had already walked in with quick steps. He walked to the bed and covered Yuan Tianqing's lower body with his clothes. Wei Jingchen and Xing Lu, who came in later, picked up the clothes and threw them at Lu Tong's face. "Put on your clothes." Although Lu Tong was panicking at the sight of so many people, he also felt very uncomfortable being naked. Thus, he picked up the clothes and put them on while thinking about what was going on in his mind. How could someone barge in at this time? He had already asked around. Lu Junjie and the others were all guards. Without Yuan Tianqing's orders, they wouldn't have barged in. Because he knew this, he dared to drug Lu Tong while he was eating and then sleep with him. When Lu Tong woke up, it would be a success. But why would someone come here at this time? And why did they choose this time? Did someone know his plan? Lin Wenwen, who was outside, walked around the living room, then pointed to the 2 glasses of water and said, "Put these 2 glasses away as evidence." "Yes." Xiao Wenxing nodded and came out with a sealed bag and gloves to collect evidence. In the current situation, that Lu Tong didn't take off all his clothes. It would make sense that their deputy leader had vomited on his clothes when he was drunk. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell what had happened. First, their leader was a level 7 arcanist, and a bottle of red wine was not enough to make him drunk. 10 bottles would be the same. Secondly, even if he vomited on his body and wanted to take off his clothes, he should at least leave his underwear on. It was obvious that he had other intentions by stripping him naked. Thirdly, the most important point was that the owner of the house was also naked, but his expression was sober. Their deputy leader had already lost consciousness. One look and you could tell that it wasn't anything good. Moreover, the person in front of them had only known their deputy leader for a few days. When Lu Tong came out dressed, he said angrily to the other people in the room, "You broke into my house without my permission. Don't you care about the rules of the base?" Lin Wenwen turned around and sneered at Lu Tong. "Then tell me, what were you going to do just now?" Wasn't the scene that suddenly flashed in her mind when she met Lu Tong. Now she knew the cause and effect, but she didn't expect that Lu Tong could still be so calm in this situation. Lu Tong recognized Lin Wenwen the moment he saw her. He knew the identity of this woman, but he couldn't panic now. The deputy leader was drunk and kept saying that he wanted to vomit. I was afraid that he would vomit on his clothes, so I helped him take off his clothes. What's wrong with that? He gritted his teeth and tried to defend himself, but he didn't have much confidence. Why did the other party break in after he had taken off his clothes? Why not a little earlier? If she had come in before he took off his clothes, he would have found a way to get past her. Lin Wenwen looked at him mockingly. Are you insulting our intelligence? The deputy leader is a level 7 arcanist, how could he be drunk by a bottle of red wine? If he was drunk, then he was drunk. You took off your clothes and wanted to sleep with him. Were you waiting for him to wake up and realize that he had drunk you? Then he would feel sorry for you and take responsibility. Lu Tong's eyes widened. Disbelief, panic, and evasiveness flashed in his eyes. It was as if the secret in his heart had been exposed. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying looked at Lu Tong as if they were looking at trash, while Lu Junjie and the others looked stunned. They had been in contact with Lu Tong for the past few days and thought that he was a good young man. They didn't expect him to be this kind of person. They had all been deceived. You. How did you know my plan? Lu Tong stared at Lin Wenwen and was tongue-tied. He shook his head fiercely. No, it's not like that. I didn't want to do that. Although he didn't admit it, his body was trembling. Lin Wenwen shrugged and said, "Let's wait for Deputy Leader Yuan to wake up, then let him investigate it himself. Some people think that others don't know about their own acting." Then she said to Xing Lu and the others, "Tie him up first. We'll deal with this when the deputy leader wakes up." "Yes." Xing Lu and the others immediately tied up Lu Tong, who was struggling and shouting, without saying another word. "What are you doing?" "I didn't do anything." "Why do you have to tie me up?" "You've gone too far. When the deputy leader wakes up, he won't let you off easy." When he heard Lin Wenwen say that some people were acting, he completely panicked. No matter how many times he screamed. When Yuan Tianqing woke up, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed with a quilt over him. He moved and immediately noticed that something was wrong with his body. He lifted the quilt and saw that he was indeed naked. What was going on? Yuan Tianqing was still confused. He looked around blankly. He subconsciously sat up, found his clothes beside him, and put them on. As he put on his clothes, he looked out of the window. It was pitch black. His slow brain began to work. He immediately remembered that he had been drinking and eating with Lu Tong not long ago. Then Lu Tong got drunk, and he brought him into the bedroom. He looked around and had a vague impression of it. Wasn't this Lu Tong's bedroom? But he didn't see Lu Tong here either. And, why wasn't he wearing any clothes? Full of doubts, Yuan Tianqing opened the door and opened it. He saw a group of people in the living room. "Ha! What's going on? Why are you guys here?" Yuan Tianqing said blankly. He turned around and saw Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying. "Wenwen, why are you two here too?" Lin Wenwen looked at Yuan Tianqing and said angrily, "You'll have to ask him." As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Tong, who was tied to a chair at the side. Yuan Tianqing followed her gaze and saw Lu Tong, who was tied up and shrugging. Chapter 837. Of course, Lu Tong wouldn't say it out loud, so he didn't move when Lin Wenwen looked at him. "Deputy Leader, you've been tricked," Lu Junjie suddenly said to Yuan Tianqing angrily. He didn't expect Lu Tong to be so scheming. He planned to get close to their deputy leader step by step. He wanted to set a trap for the deputy leader. "What's going on?" Yuan Tianqing's expression turned cold when he heard that someone was tricking him. He looked at Lu Junjie expressionlessly. "You saw him saving people at the construction site and bumping into him at the medical center a few days ago. He was faking it. I've looked into it." The person who almost fell from the shelf at the construction site said that Lu Tong asked him to pretend and even gave him some points as payment, Lu Junjie said to Yuan Tianqing as he looked at Lu Junjie with a disgusted expression. He then continued, "When you bumped into him at the medical center a few days ago, he was actually waiting for you there." Hearing Lu Junjie's words, Yuan Tianqing's expression turned gloomy even though he had a good personality. He couldn't help but stare at Lu Tong, who had his head lowered. Is he telling the truth? Lu Tong suddenly raised his head. His already pale face became even paler. He shook his head and said anxiously, "No. It's not true. I didn't do anything like that. Deputy Leader, you have to believe me." As he said that, his eyes were filled with a strong pleading emotion. He couldn't help but use his mental ability in a hurry. Then, he said angrily, "I really don't know what he's talking about. I didn't do anything like that, Deputy Leader." "Ha! Do you think no one knows what you've done? There's evidence for everything you've done, okay? I've never seen such a shameless person." Lin Wenwen suddenly sneered and looked at Lu Tong mockingly. Even at this point, this person still wanted to quibble. It was disgusting to see Lu Tong like this. "Deputy Leader, look." The glass of water you drank was drugged. At this moment, Lu Junjie passed the glass in his pocket to Yuan Tianqing. He continued, "You only drank half a bottle of red wine and you're already drunk. Don't you think this is abnormal?" Yuan Tianqing looked at the glass he handed over, then looked at the empty bottle of wine on the table that had not been touched. He suddenly remembered that he had helped the drunk Lu Tong into the bedroom, but he couldn't remember what happened after that. Realizing this, Yuan Tianqing's eyes turned cold. He stared at Lu Tong and asked, "You drugged me? What are you doing?" Lu Tong's face was so pale that it was almost translucent. His face was covered in cold sweat. Under Yuan Tianqing's cold stare, he moved his lips, but he couldn't make a sound. He never knew that the usually gentle and smiling deputy leader Yuan would have such a cold and frightening expression. The coldness in his eyes made those who were being stared at feel cold from head to toe. After deputy leader fainted, he took off all your clothes, and then he took off his own. I was going to lie on the bed with you naked. If it wasn't for Miss Wenwen's timely appearance, you might not have realized it until you woke up, Lu Junjie said. What he meant was that if Yuan Tianqing woke up and found him and Lu Tong naked on the same bed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, Yuan Tianqing knew what Lu Junjie meant. If that really happened, Lu Junjie would definitely think that he had done something to Lu Tong. After all, he was a level 7 arcanist while the other party was only a level 3 spatial arcanist. Yuan Tianqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. So you were pretending. He didn't expect Lu Tong to be such a person. He always thought he was an honest and kind young man. He didn't expect him to use such despicable means to achieve his goals. He did not expect Lu Tong to be such a person. He had always thought that Lu Tong was an honest and kind young man. He did not expect him to be someone who would use such despicable means to achieve his goals. Lu Tong was frightened by the killing intent in his eyes. He shook his head instinctively and denied it with all his might. No. Oh, right, Brother Tianqing. The wound on his head was caused by himself. He must be brave to be so ruthless to himself. Lin Wenwen suddenly smiled at Yuan Tianqing. You're quite brave to be so ruthless to yourself, Lin Wenwen suddenly said to Yuan Tianqing with a smile. What? Yuan Tianqing couldn't react to her words. When Lu Tong heard this, he lifted his head abruptly and stared at Lin Wenwen. However, his body had already stiffened. It was actually her. She was the one who ruined his plans. We happened to pass by that day and found him sneakily hiding on the side with a stone in his hand. I didn't know what he was doing, so I stopped to take a look. When he noticed that you were not far away, he took a rock and smashed it on himself. Then, he fainted on the side of the road. Lin Wenwen looked at Lu Tong meaningfully and continued, we happened to be busy at that time, so we didn't have time to send him to the hospital. So we asked Qingqing to send him to a place with people nearby. We could send him there after others found out about his condition. Hearing these words, Lu Tong felt that not only was his body stiff, but even breathing became a little difficult. When Yuan Tianqing heard that he was on his way to gaining experience, he knocked himself out with a rock. If he walked over, he would probably find him lying on the side of the road and send him to the hospital. What was this person trying so hard to get close to him for? When he wanted to treat him to a meal, he insisted that he come to his house. It turned out that he had drugged him. If he really slept with him, even if he didn't do anything when he was unconscious, the other party could say that he had done something. In any case, when he woke up naked with the two of them tangled together, he could only take responsibility for them in an unclear situation. What else do you have to say? Yuan Tianqing's voice was cold. For the time being, he didn't think about why Lin Wenwen seemed to know everything so clearly. Lu Tong couldn't say anything at this time. Because Yuan Tianqing's aura was too strong, and his mind was suppressed to the point that his mind was in chaos. People like you really don't have the right to stay in our base. Ah, yeah, throw him out of the base. Don't let him step into the base again. Yuan Tianqing said coldly, then turned and walked out of the room. After he said this, Lu Tong's whole body suddenly went limp. He collapsed on the chair, and his eyes became dull. Are we just going to let him go like this? Lin Wenwen, who followed Yuan Tianqing out of the room, asked. Yuan Tianqing's face was still gloomy. What else can we do? Kick him out of the base. People like him who don't have any martial skills won't live for long. Oh, Lin Wenwen didn't say anything else. Chapter 838. Lin Wenwen felt that Yuan Tianqing was letting Lu Tong off too easily, but this was Yuan Tianqing's business, so she couldn't interfere. But thinking about it, if Lu Tong was thrown out of the base, it would be too difficult for him to survive in the outside world where zombies were everywhere. He was just a space-type psychic, and it would be too difficult for him to survive. Yuan Tianqing was thinking, should I just let him go? Of course not. After leaving the base, Lu Tong knew that without the protection of the base, it would be almost impossible for him to not be eaten alive by the zombies in the wilderness on the outskirts. So, throwing him out of the base was already a death sentence. If he was lucky, he might be saved by other zombie hunting teams and survive. But the zombie hunting teams around the base were all from the base, so even if they saved him, they couldn't bring him back to the base. Unless they sent him to Haiqing. But the probability of that happening was almost impossible. So, the consequences weren't really letting Lu Tong off lightly. After all, what Lu Tong didn't actually hurt Yuan Tianqing or anyone else. Although Yuan Tianqing was tricked, Lu Tong's goal was only for himself, and he didn't want to hurt Yuan Tianqing. As he walked, Yuan Tianqing suddenly stopped and turned around. He looked at Lin Wenwen with a scrutinizing gaze. Speaking of which, why did you suddenly appear? Did you know what he was doing all this time? Had this lass been watching him being schemed against like this all along? But this Lu Tong was quite bold, daring to scheme against him. And he had even managed to do it. Lin Wenwen was stunned when she met his gaze, then looked away guiltily. Cough. Indeed, I knew what he was doing. I just wanted to know what he was going to do in the end, so I didn't tell you. As she spoke, she carefully glanced at Yuan Tianqing from the corner of her eyes. Seeing his expressionless face, she felt slightly uneasy. Lin Wenwen didn't say anything. One reason was that Lu Tong hadn't gone too far, and the other reason was that she wanted to see if things would really go as Lin Chao said. The results proved that what she saw was going to happen. Then, was the incident with the metal vines really going to happen? But what triggered her to awaken this ability? Could it be that a very realistic dream could stimulate her ability? There were still many doubts in Lin Wenwen's mind that he did not understand. However, it was true that she could see some fragments of what would happen in the future. When she thought of the scene of Lin Chao giving birth, she felt slightly relieved. Yuan Tianqing looked at her silently for a few seconds before turning around and continuing to walk forward without saying anything. Lu Tong's limp body was dragged downstairs by Lu Junjia's men, then thrown into the car and driven out of the base. No. You can't throw me out. I'm a space type. I'll be of great help in the future. Please don't throw me out. After being shoved into the car, Lu Tong finally came to his senses. He immediately struggled and begged. You have guts to scheme against our deputy leader. You pretend to be weak, but you're actually such a sinister person. Xing Lu sat next to him. Together with Xiao Wenqing, he pressed down on Lu Tong's shoulders so that he couldn't move. No. I just. Lu Tong panicked and wanted to deny it, but he couldn't say anything. Because everything he had done had been clearly investigated, no matter how he tried to deny it, it would be useless. You're also quite capable to be able to fool us and the deputy leader. You're really amazing. Lu Junjie said coldly from the passenger seat, it's just that kicking you out of the base is really letting you off easy. Not long after, the car drove out of the gate of the base. Then they drove for another 2 kilometers before reaching the zombie defense line. Sensing the smell of Lin Qiao's blood coming from the car, the zombies uniformly opened up a path from afar. After they went out, a figure flashed out and curiously followed behind the car. Until the car stopped after driving for more than 10 kilometers. Then, a person with both hands tied was pushed out of the car and the door closed. Lu Junjie and the others were about to drive away, but suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of their car. Lu Junjie and the driver were both dazed for a moment, then they recognized that it was one of the zombie leaders under their leader. Oh no, it was now a level 1 king. After knowing that it was one of their own, they were not so nervous. They just got out of the car in confusion. Why did this level 1 king suddenly appear? Uncle Zombie number 3 crossed his arms in front of his chest, raised one hand to touch his chin, and curiously looked at Lu Tong, who was pushed to the ground and struggling to stand up. After seeing Lu Junjie get out of the car, he immediately looked up at him. Although there was a questioning look in his eyes, it was blocked by the sunglasses. Lu Junjie seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and immediately said, he was kicked out of the base, and he is not allowed to enter again. The uncle also opened his mouth and asked with a low and hoarse voice, what did he do? His voice didn't sound like a human's voice. Although it was low, it was very unpleasant to hear. It also sounded like it was stuck in his throat and didn't come out. He schemed against Deputy Leader Yuan, and the Deputy Leader ordered him to be thrown out. Lu Junjie endured the unpleasant voice and said expressionlessly, "Thrown out? Does that mean I don't want it? If he didn't want it, could he eat it?" Uncle number 3 touched his chin and thought, then nodded to Lu Junjie and the others, and then waved to them, telling them to go back first. Lu Junjie immediately got into the car, and the car made a turn and drove back to the base. "Help me. I will do anything." At this time, Lu Tong finally stood up, and seeing the desolate city streets around him, a sense of fear immediately filled his heart. It was as if zombies would suddenly rush towards him at any time, and his hands were tied, so it would be difficult for him to save himself. He didn't know that the man wearing sunglasses in front of him was actually not a human. Although his voice was very unpleasant to hear, as if his throat was broken, he could still speak, right? If he could speak, then he was a human. So he subconsciously asked the man to help him. But very quickly, he saw the man's pale lips curl into a cold smile. Then he opened his mouth, but it wasn't to talk to him. Roar dash, a zombie's roar came from his mouth. Lu Tong was a little confused, and he stared at him with his eyes wide open. Before he could react, a few figures suddenly rushed out from around him. When he saw these people with dark and cold eyes, their backs were hunched, and their nails were sharp and long, Lu Tong's heart was filled with despair. He only saw a blur in front of him, and he felt like he was fiercely thrown to the ground. Roar dash. Chapter 839. Looking at the corpse that was dismembered and eaten until only the remains were left, the zombie uncle turned around and left the place with a leap. Soon, he appeared on the roof of a hotel on the other side. This hotel was outside the base's wall, not inside the base. But the size of the hotel was bigger than the previous one, and the location was where Lin Qiao was going to build the zombie base. After Lin Qiao's meeting that day, she asked Lu Jun to help Chiu Lily, Elmar, and the others move the zombies' nest to this place. Because that place was going to be demolished. Lin Qiao also moved over. Of course, she lived in the highest and largest suite in the hotel. When Lin Hao came here to eat, Lin Qiao had just moved in. The zombie uncle walked down the stairs from the roof and found the door to Lin Qiao's room. There were two zombie kings standing quietly at the door. When they saw the zombie uncle come down, they did not react. The uncle stood at the door and knocked on the door, then the door was opened from the inside. Duanwan looked at him and nodded to let him in. Is it done? Lin Qiao, who was sitting on the sofa looking at the blueprints, saw the uncle come in and asked casually. Yes. The zombie uncle nodded and answered with a hoarse voice. Then he took out Lu Tong's energy core from his pocket and stretched it out. Duanwan, who was next to him, automatically took it. It's done, you can leave. Lin Qiao nodded and said expressionlessly. The zombie uncle came in for less than 2 minutes, then turned around and left. It's only a level 3 energy core, what's so special about it? Seeing that Lin Qiao specifically asked the zombie uncle to kill the space ability user and take back the energy core, Duanwan asked in confusion. It's a little useful to me. Lin Qiao took the energy core and squeezed it in her palm. The crystal core that was originally emitting a transparent light directly turned into a small puddle of powder in her palm. Feeling that there was another small space in her space, Lin Qiao's heart slightly moved. It seemed that this level 3 space was much bigger than she thought. For example, a level 1 space ability user space was at most 1 or 2 cubic meters. A level 2 space ability user space was about the size of an ordinary wardrobe, and a level 3 space was about the size of a washroom. However, after Lin Qiao absorbed the energy of this space, the small space formed was the size of a single room that was tens of square meters. This was actually due to the fusion of Lin Qiao's own spatial energy, but Lin Qiao was still unaware of this factor. Of course, she wouldn't leave someone as calculative as Lu Tong alive. Although it was difficult to throw him out of the base and let him live alone, he still had a great chance to survive. Moreover, if he had the chance to survive to Haiqing, he would probably plot against Lin Wenwen in the future. Because Lin Wenwen had ruined his plans. Therefore, Qiao Lin decided to send a zombie to kill Lu Tong. Nothing is safer than the dead. The next day, Lin Qiao met with the people of the Green Mountain Base in the living room. Lin Qiao said in disdain as he looked at the strange people with their heads and faces covered. Show your heads. Everyone here knows who they are. It's as eye-catching as wearing an Ultraman costume, okay? Lei Qing, Yi Yingyue, and the 3 weirdos. Wait, how is this like Ultraman? Speak. Didn't you say you wanted to make a deal with us? What are you going to use to exchange for something from our base? Lin Qiao sat on the sofa with her back against the sofa. She crossed her long legs and crossed her hands in front of her. In fact, Lin Qiao vaguely knew that they wanted to exchange for something related to zombies, but she was curious about what they were going to use to exchange. Although munitions and food were very precious, she obviously didn't lack them. When Yi Yingyue heard this, she immediately turned around and took out a finger-long potion from her bag. Through the glass, it could be seen that it contained 50% light yellow liquid. This is a new potion we developed. It has a 15-day isolation effect on the human body. In other words, if this potion is injected into the body, it will change the human body's attractiveness to zombies in a short period of time. It will change their favorite to the most hated. How about it? Are you interested? Yi Yingyue excitedly introduced the potion to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes flashed as she looked at the potion in the baby-faced girl's hand. Looking at the girl's proud expression, it was obviously not fake. Moreover, Lin Qiao could sense whether the girl was telling the truth or not. It turned out to be an isolation potion. Although it only lasted for 15 days, this was already a very powerful effect. Think about it, if all humans used this potion in the future, zombies would run away after smelling it. Then it would be much easier to hunt zombies, especially those ordinary zombies. Can I see it? Lin Qiao's words were obviously interested. Yi Yingyue generously handed the potion to Shen Yuzhen, who walked beside her. Lin Qiao took it and opened the lid to smell it. Immediately, a very pungent and disgusting smell rushed into her nose. Lin Qiao immediately frowned and closed the lid again. It was really disgusting. It was like a human smelling the stench of a rotting animal. It was disgusting and pungent. Such a good thing. What are your conditions? Lin Qiao touched her nose with one hand and took the potion far away with the other. Shen Yuzhen quickly took it from her hand and quickly put it on the table behind her. Her expression was like she was holding a bomb. Just now when Lin Qiao opened the lid, Shen Yuzhen, who was standing next to her, also smelled it. It was simply disgusting to death. You also know that they also exist in our base. We don't ask for much. We just want to know what method you use to restore their appearance. At least in the future when we go out to meet people, we don't need to cover their heads and faces like this. Yi Yingyue was full of smiles, her big eyes were full of curiosity. She pointed to the zombies next to her who had already taken off their masks and said. In fact, she also wanted to know why the zombies in this base could not only restore their appearance, but also speak and have high intelligence. Unlike their side, the zombies' intelligence was not high. Other than the special director of their Qingshan base, the other zombies only had the IQ of an 8 or 9-year-old child. But Yi Yingyue also knew that this was too much. Every one of them was the base's secret. They only needed to know one for now, and the others could be slowly learned later. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a mysterious smile. So you want to use these potions to help your base's zombies exchange for benefits? I didn't expect you to treat them like this. I think you should capture them for research. Chapter 840. Yi Yingyue didn't care about what she said. She smiled and shook her head. No, Miss Liu might not know that one of the directors of our base is a zombie. If it wasn't for her, our base wouldn't have been established. Although there are a lot of zombies in our base, they used to be patients. They used to be mentally unstable people, but after becoming zombies, they became much more clear-headed than when they were still humans. Just like your base, there aren't many humans in our base. At this moment, Lei Qing, who had been sitting in the background, spoke. But Lin Qiao understood what he meant. There weren't many humans in Qingshan base, but there were a lot of zombies. They probably wouldn't be able to last until the end by themselves. Furthermore, their geographical location was too far away and the conditions were bad. Even if they wanted to escape and rely on other bases, it would be too difficult. Therefore, they could only cooperate with zombies to exchange for survival conditions. Lin Qiao had a faint smile on her face. Although your medicine is good, our base doesn't actually need your medicine because we have our own way to hide from the zombies' attention. Now, Lin Qiao could use a small amount of her blood to create a large amount of disguise medicine. As long as humans carried it on their bodies, their scent would be covered by Lin Qiao's scent. Therefore, let alone normal zombies, as long as they weren't zombies higher than level 6, they wouldn't come close. If Qingshan base used this medicine to trade with other bases, it would definitely be of great use. But it wouldn't be of much use here. Yi Yingyue and Lei Qing were both stunned. Their eyes flashed with hesitation and blankness. This was because they really didn't think that this base would actually research a medicine with the same effect as theirs. They came here full of confidence, but now it seemed like they were slapped in the face. This caused the two of them to be unable to react for a moment. If the other party wasn't interested in their medicine, then this kind of trade wouldn't be possible. Lin Qiao saw the two's expression and smiled. Although I'm not interested in your medicine, I can first help you restore a small portion of the zombie's appearance. But this way, your base would owe me a big favor. If I need help in the future, that would be enough. Yi Yingyue and Lei Cheng's eyes immediately lit up when they heard this. Although they felt like they were being controlled by others, they still couldn't refuse such conditions. The two of them looked at each other, and then Lei Cheng said, "We need to discuss this matter with the higher-ups in our base. I wonder if Miss Liu will keep her word." The smile on Lin Qiao's face didn't change. He said, "I'm the leader of a base after all. I can't go back on my word. It doesn't matter. You can go back and discuss it however you want. If you agree, then you can directly bring those who need to restore their appearances here, because this can only be done in our base, and it won't be too short." Yi Yingyue nodded happily. "No problem." Soon, the people from Qingshan base left, and Lin Qiao's side became quiet again, as if. Looking at the two men staring at each other in his office, Lin Qiao speechlessly turned his head to look at the work documents on the table and said, "You two, did you come to my office to practice cross-eye training? If you have something to say, say it. If not, please go ahead. The door is over there, I won't see you out." Lin Hao stared closely at Wu Qingyue's emotionless eyes and said confidently, "I came here to observe the leader's physical condition. This is my duty as a doctor of the base. But may I ask, why does the leader of High City stay in someone else's office all the time and affect their work?" The obvious hostility in his words was directed directly at Wu Qingyue. At this moment, Wu Qingyue didn't have the usual smile on his face. Instead, he said expressionlessly, "Of course I have business to discuss with the leader of your base. This has nothing to do with the doctor. Dr. Lin, you've seen and observed. It seems that there's nothing wrong with Miss Liu's body. Dr. Lin, you can leave. I won't see you out." Lin Hao choked for a moment, but he didn't give up just like that. He then sneered and said, "That won't do. Our leader's body needs to be observed at all times recently. Of course, I have to be by her side to be safe." Wu Qingyue said indifferently, "I see that Dr. Lin is quite busy in the hospital. Are you going to leave your medical department here? That's not very good. Thank you. My work doesn't need to be controlled by the leader of the base outside. It's also my job to follow the leader and observe her body." Lin Hao leaned back on the sofa, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and crossed his legs. He stared at Wu Qingyue's eyes with a smug smile and raised his chin slightly. He looked like he was provoking him. Wu Qingyue raised his eyebrows and was about to speak when he was interrupted. "All right, you two. You're affecting my work. Get out." Lin Qiao's cold voice cut in between the two. He couldn't bear to look at these two's childish behavior. "If he goes out, I'll go out." Lin Hao glared at Wu Qingyue and said unwillingly after being chased out by his sister. Wu Qingyue's handsome face that was originally expressionless suddenly smiled and said, "I have business to attend to. Leader Liu, the weather is getting warmer. All the major corpse hunting teams have started to move out of the base. We have to plan the distribution of areas." When Lin Hao saw Wu Qingyue's smile, he felt that it was an eyesore. However, this was indeed an official matter, so he really couldn't interrupt. "Humph." Lin Hao's expression darkened as he snorted and stood up. He lifted his leg and walked out. If it wasn't for this bastard always sticking to his sister, he wouldn't have found an excuse to come here and go against him. Seeing Lin Hao leave in a huff, the smile in Wu Qingyue's eyes deepened. It was obvious that he was a little proud. Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him and said expressionlessly, "Do we need you to deal with this kind of thing? Go find Lin Feng about the distribution of areas. I don't care about this right now. Wu Qingyue looked at her and said with an indifferent smile, you're the leader, right? Why would you let your subordinate handle this kind of thing? Aren't you afraid that it can't be done well? Although he's a subordinate, he's still my brother. I know my brother's ability better than you. Lin Chao silently retorted in her heart, but her face was still indifferent as she said, I believe in his ability. This isn't a big deal. Are you that unwilling to see me? A trace of hurt flashed in Wu Qingyue's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. His smile became a little bitter. But even if it was bitter, it was quickly thrown away. Then, the light in his eyes darkened again. His smile became a little cold as he said, or are you more willing to be with that Dr. Lin? Chapter 841. The jealousy in Wu Qingyue's words was directed at Lin Chao, and he could feel it himself. Although this was very inappropriate, he had reached the end of his patience these past few days. Tisk, aren't you annoying? If you're here just to say this, please leave. I have no time, nor do I have the mood to care about you. Lin Chao said impatiently. Actually, she wanted to use Lin Hao to make Wu Qingyue give up. Wu Qingyue's expression did show some reaction, but it did not have much effect. She sighed in her heart, not knowing what was wrong with Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue looked at her deeply, then suddenly stood up and walked out of the office. After Lin Chao saw him leave, she immediately asked Shen Yuzhen to invite Qiu Lily and El March. Go and look for this place, see if there is a metal-type vine. Level 7. If there is, don't let go of this energy core. Lin Chao pointed at the address that Lin Wenwen had told him on the map. He had even written down the details of the address. She had wanted to go take a look herself, but considering that the one in her stomach was not very stable, she gave up on the idea. She asked Qiu Lily and Elmar to bring the other zombies over. The power of a level 7 mutant plant was not something that a level 7 zombie king could handle. Since one couldn't handle it, then two would do. Therefore, she sent Qiu Lily and Elmar to deal with them. Qiu Lily and Elmar looked at Lin Chao strangely. Previously, when they went out to collect energy cores, they would split into two teams, and they would search by themselves. It was the first time that Lin Chao directly asked the two of them to go together. However, the two of them did not say anything, just nodded and took the information before leaving. They brought the 5 level 1 kings out of the base, and headed towards the location that Lin Chao had mentioned. Very quickly, Lin Chao received news that Wu Qingyue had left the base. Left? Is it true this time? Lin Chao asked Xie Dong, who had come to report the news. Xie Dong nodded, and replied in a hoarse voice, it's true. Lin Chao hid her surprised expression and nodded, it's fine if they left. I wonder who it was that wanted to talk to me about the division of territories. From the looks of it, Sea City will probably send someone else to discuss this matter in 2 days, Xie Dong said. And, got it. Let's go out first. Lin Chao nodded indifferently. But in his mind, he was thinking, could it be that the acting with Lin Hao this time was effective? While Lin Chao was still thinking about how strange Wu Qingyue's sudden departure was, Xie Dong turned around and walked to the door. Just as he was about to open the door suddenly opened. And it was fast and fierce. Bang! Xie Dong held his forehead expressionlessly and pushed against the door with one hand. Ah! Xie Dong. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Lu Jun didn't expect to bump into Xie Dong the moment he opened the door. He couldn't help but ask with concern. I'm fine. Xie Dong shook his head expressionlessly and put his hand down. He pulled the door open to let her in. He was a zombie, not a human. What's the big deal about bumping into the door? Sorry. I didn't notice you were behind the door. After all, Lu Jun bumped into him. Although they were both zombies now, he still had manners. He continued to apologize to Xie Dong apologetically. It's okay. You can go. Xie Dong shook his head again. This was a small matter between colleagues. Besides, he was a man, and the other party was a woman. Of course, he wouldn't mind. After saying that he was fine, he waved at her to let her in and walked out. What's wrong? What's the matter? Lin Qiao saw the collision between the two of them and asked Lu Jun when she walked over. I've discussed with Heaven's Wings Minister. We want to build a few houses at the plantation. We want the staff to live there and guard the place. We don't want more people to come and cause trouble. This is the document. You can approve it. Lu Jun walked to the chair in front of her desk and sat down. He handed her the application document. Every plantation would build some houses for the staff to live in as dormitories. This was normal. Moreover, Wushan was more than 10 kilometers away from the base. Lin Qiao had already thought about building a few dormitories. But she had been so busy that she forgot about it. Yes, you're right. It's time to build a few dormitories. You'll need more people when you're busy. Lin Qiao nodded. He took the document and glanced at it. Then he wrote something and stamped it. Then he pushed it back to her. As long as Lu Jun took the document she stamped and gave it to Yuan Tianjing, he would naturally make the arrangements. However, Lu Jun took the document from Lin Qiao and didn't immediately stand up to leave. She held the document in her hand and looked at Lin Qiao. She wanted to say something but didn't. What? Lin Qiao looked at her strangely. Although Lu Jun was now her subordinate, after so long, she was actually half a good friend of Lin Qiao. After all, she was one of the people who knew Lin Qiao's identity. Does Wu Qingyue believe your superficial relationship with Lin Hao? Lu Jun asked her curiously. Today, as soon as Wu Qingyue left, most people in the base knew about it. Anyway, they had a few subordinates under them, so they got the news very quickly. Wu Qingyue had been going against Lin Hao for the past few days. They were well aware of what was going on. Those who didn't know would think that the handsome young Dr. Lin in their base had fallen in love with their beautiful leader. Was that why he was jealous of High City's leader, who was also pursuing their leader? Those who knew the truth all guessed that Lin Qiao was using Wu Qingyue's identity as her brother to pretend to be intimate with him to drive Wu Qingyue away. In fact, that was indeed the case. In the past few days, they saw that Wu Qingyue, who liked to smile, didn't smile as much. They often saw his expressionless face. Although his face wasn't gloomy, his expressionless face also made him feel very pressured. Lin Qiao glanced at her and suddenly realized that her main purpose for coming here today was to gossip, not work. I also hope that's the case. I want him to know when to back off, she said lightly. Hey, I say, Great Leader Wu is actually pretty good, right? He's handsome, gentle, has a good figure, and is capable. His daughter is also very cute and likes you so much. I think he's quite sincere now. Don't you think it's a pity? Lu Jun looked at her and said. Actually, after such a long period of observation, Lu Jun felt that Wu Qingyue was actually quite good. After all, he was already a leader at such a young age. Moreover, he was powerful and invincible. His character and personality were both good. He heard that his daughter wasn't his biological daughter either. She hadn't even married before. The point was, she was really a good match for Lin Qiao. Oh no, according to their real age. Lin Qiao was a little too young. Because she was 3 years older than Wu Qingyue. Chapter 842. Lin Qiao also faintly felt that Wu Qingyue's gaze towards her before he left seemed to have changed, but she still didn't believe that he would really fall in love with her. She wasn't young anymore, and she was a rational person. Often when it came to feelings, if it wasn't for family and long-term friendship, she would rarely believe in others. Especially this kind of person who wanted to forcefully invade her life. So she subconsciously thought about the other's intentions, and then there was a rejection from the bottom of her heart. In her life, young Jianhua's betrayal wasn't the only one. She also experienced betrayal before the end of the world, so although she hated young Jianhua's betrayal, fortunately, with the gap of amnesia, she slowly accepted this fact. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of her energy just to struggle out of the shock. So when she felt that Wu Qingyue's purpose wasn't pure, she directly rejected him. Even now, even if the other party was sincere, she didn't want to think about whether it was true or not. Hearing Lu Jun's words, she indifferently shook her head. I won't. It always bothers me that he is like this. If he can stop bothering me in the future, that would be even better. Although she was pestered for a few months, Lin Qiao still didn't have any other feelings for him. It was just that the look in his eyes not long ago made her feel slightly relieved. Maybe he realized that the other party had the intention to give up. TSK, your life has been frozen now, do you still plan to live alone in the future? Lu Jun looked at her and said. How lonely would it be to be alone? Would you feel lonely and empty? Her heart might be corroded by loneliness, forming a black hole. Fortunately, she still had a son. Think about it, if she didn't have her son to accompany her, how boring would it be to live like a zombie? Are you talking about me? Who said I'm alone? I still have a family. But you, when are you going to find a father for Tong Tong? It's also very hard for you to take care of him alone. Lin Qiao directly rolled her eyes and threw the topic back to her. From the current physical state of a psychic, if it was a natural death, their lifespan would certainly be longer than a normal person's. But if it was a high-level zombie, their lifespan might be longer. Me? I'm fine now, I have a job and food to eat, as long as my Tong Tong doesn't starve. There's no need to find a father for him. Lu Jun subconsciously rejected this matter. Not to mention the fact that she could raise the child alone, even if she really wanted to find one, she didn't dare to look for one now. She had to get the child's permission first. However, Tong Tong was still too young. Alright, if there's nothing else, hurry up and get out. I'm busy and you're here to gossip with me. Lin Qiao angrily chased her out. In the past few days, because the two men had been quarreling in the office every day as a battlefield, she couldn't deal with business quietly, so some things piled up. Now that he was gone, he could calm down and deal with these things. Alright, I'm just saying that if you have even the slightest bit of confidence in Great Leader Wu, then you should hurry up and take advantage of him. Otherwise, who knew how many women in Sea City would covet him? Just don't regret it when he's snatched away one day. Lu Jun stood up and said this before opening the door and walking out. What the hell? Whoever wants it can have it. I won't regret it. Lin Qiao looked at the closed door speechlessly. In the following days, Wu Qingyue really didn't appear again. Qiu Lily and the others returned 3 days later and gave Lin Qiao a green energy core the size of a baby's fist. The energy core of a level 7 mutant plant contained a large amount of non-attribute energy. You don't know, but the number of vines on this vine is uncountable. They cover the entire park, covering the sky and the earth. It's strong and thick, and it's like a piece of steel that can't be cut. When Qiu Lily and the others returned, they were a little disheveled. She first went back to take a shower and changed into a clean set of clothes before running to report to Lin Qiao. Qiu Lily was a little angry, perhaps because the vine had dirted her body. So how did you guys kill it? Lin Chao asked curiously as he looked at the energy core in his hand. It was just as Wenwen had described. It seemed that Wenwen's second ability was really foresight. However, it seemed that this ability of hers needed to be triggered. It's her. She hid her presence and ran into the main trunk of the vine, then pulled out the energy core. Chiao Lily pointed at Elmarch. Elmar nodded and said, although this vines are very powerful, as long as you get close to its main trunk, its attack power will disappear. Also, this mutant plant doesn't have any defensive abilities against its main trunk. The energy core grew on it like a fruit, and I cut it off with my claws. Elmar was a little surprised as she said this. Hey, but how did you know there was such a thing there? Did you go there? Chiao Lily asked. No, someone told me. Also, I called you guys over to verify something else. Lin Chao shook his head and said. He wanted to verify if what Wenwen said was true. Oh. The weather in the middle of April had begun to warm up, but the temperature was still a little higher during the day. At night, it was still cold. Lin Chao didn't make any big moves recently. He just started to build another base on the other side of the base. Lei Cheng and Yi Yingyue also went back to Qingshan base with Lin Chao's words. After discussing with Lan Lu and the other two directors, they agreed to Lin Chao's conditions. They were ready to take a group of zombies to the base again. After the zombie emperor stopped controlling the tide of zombies in Huaxia City, the action of clearing the zombies was also very smooth. Because there was no more tide of zombies, they also cleared more than half of the ordinary zombies in the past half-month. All the zombies' bodies were either burned or buried deep in the ground. The reconstruction of the Black Dragon base was also gradually stabilized. Although it was not so fast to restore the original strength, it was already very good to clear the zombies and resurrect the plant base. They believed that there were so many people, and they could almost recover in a year and a half. Haiqing was still the same, there was no change. But on the other side of Skyfire base, the pressure was much lower. Because one of their leaders was missing, just like the situation of the Hidden Cloud City before. Among the three leaders of Skyfire base, Himu had disappeared in the Earth Dragon base, and now it was the turn of another leader, Gui Kong. Li Jingye felt that the sense of crisis in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Seeing the end of the Earth Dragon base and the Hidden Cloud City, he had a hunch that the next one would be their Skyfire base. Chapter 843. Wu Qingyue, who had returned to High City, was actually a little disheartened. After all, it was one thing for her to be stubborn, but at the very least, she had never been close to any man. However, this time, her relationship with Dr. Lin was closer than he had imagined. She even let him know about the existence of the child. This degree of trust made Wu Qingyue feel that his heart could not calm down. He knew that these two people had never interacted before. They were not friends, nor were they relatives. But she was willing to trust him so much that she even told him such a big secret as the zombie constitution and pregnancy. Wu Qingyue knew that if the female zombie did not trust him 200%, how could she let him know about it? If it was him, the female zombie did not intend to tell him about it. Thinking of this, Wu Qingyue felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. When he saw these two people appear together, the strange atmosphere made him feel as if he could not enter their world. So every time he saw the two of them talking these days, the unknown sense of familiarity in their tone made him feel very sad. So he decided to leave first. He did not want to see them like this. He had to take it slow. Wu Yueling, who had returned to High City, looked unhappy again. She still wanted to stay in a place where there were zombies. But Papa and the zombie mama looked strange. Wu Yueling was young and ignorant, but children were also sensitive. Moreover, she was a child with autism, so she could sense the changes around her more than ordinary children. For example, the tone and expression of Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao, as well as the atmosphere. Although she felt it, she did not dare to do anything. Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa and looked at Wu Yueling's eyes. He also knew that she was unhappy. He sighed and held his daughter in his arms. Lingling, what if the zombie mama that Daddy is going to find for you doesn't like Daddy, but likes someone else? She will go with someone else in the future and won't be with us anymore, Wu Qingyue said to her with some frustration. Hearing this, Wu Yueling's eyes suddenly opened wide. She quickly reached out and grabbed Wu Qingyue's clothes, shaking her head anxiously. I'm sad too, but Daddy can't do anything now. She doesn't like me in the first place. What if I do something to make her hate me? Wu Qingyue said to her. It was because he was suppressing the anger in his heart. He was afraid that if he continued to stay there, he might get angry. If he did something to that female zombie, it would be a big loss. I say, you only stayed there for a few days. I thought you would not come back for at least half a month. A loud voice came from the door, and the tall figure of Xiao Yunlong came in. Wu Qingyue didn't even look at him as he replied, I'm afraid if I stay here any longer, I'll beat someone up. Ah, I heard. Ha ha ha, there is a young and handsome Dr. Lin around Miss Lu recently. After Xiao Yunlong came in, he simply touched on the sore spot and said with a smile that deserved a spanking. Wu Qingyue glanced at him expressionlessly and smiled gently. I've also heard that Xiaoye has been quite close to Kong Qingming recently. What, aren't you afraid that it'll be snatched away? However, this time Xiao Yunlong did not buy it and said indifferently, you can rest assured that Qingming already has someone in his heart. I won't covet my little Yu. Wu Qingyue, who did not receive a blow. Why did he feel so uncomfortable looking at his confident expression? What should he do if he wanted to hit someone? So, you came back in defeat just like that. Are you going to give up? Xiao Yunlong sat on the sofa and looked at him curiously. Impossible. She is pregnant with my child. How could I give up? Wu Qingyue replied without thinking. Then why did you come back? Xiao Yunlong's expression was even more curious. I'm afraid that if I push her too hard, she will be disgusted, so I can only keep a little distance. By the way, you arrange the time to set up the division of the area with them. The weather is getting warmer, it's almost time to go out to hunt zombies. Wu Qingyue said. But his expression suddenly sank again. I don't know why, but I always feel that in this winter, the evolution of the mutants seems to have accelerated a lot. The probability of the appearance of level 7 mutant plants and animals is getting higher and higher. This phenomenon was not very good, the evolution of human ability users had been much faster. But if the mutants that were more difficult to deal with than zombies accelerated their evolution, then for human survivors, it would become another factor that was more troublesome than zombies. In the future, the success rate of the corpse hunting team going out of the base to hunt would be reduced again. Speaking of this matter, Xiao Yunlong's face also became serious. If you don't say it, I still want to tell you, I just received the news. Half a month ago, the level 3 corpse hunting group in the outer area sent out a large team, but only 3 people came back. The others are all dead. A large team. All dead. Wu Qingyue's eyes narrowed, although his expression did not sink. But there was a faint feeling of oppression. A large team was about 30 to 50 people, because a large team was usually composed of 3 squads. And a squad was about 10 to 12 people. Xiao Yunlong nodded, yes, the leader of the team was a level 6 fire ability user, and there were 4 level 5 ability users. Most of the others were level 2 to 3, and there were a dozen ordinary team members. But today, only 2 level 5 ability users and an ordinary person came back. The others did not come back. His face became somewhat depressed as he continued. The information these three people brought back was that they mistakenly entered a nest of mutant rats. Those mutant rats were very big, twice the size of an ordinary house cat. The number was terrifying, and there were many level 5 and 6 giant rats. These rats were very large in number, could drill into the ground, and had very sharp teeth that could bite tungsten steel. The three of them are lucky to be able to come back alive. When Wu Qingyue heard this information, he frowned. What made him uneasy was not how fast these mutant rats attacked, or how sharp their teeth were, but the number. Xiao Yunlong just said, the number was terrifying. Rats had always been a creature whose fecundity and survival ability were proportional, so Wu Ziyue was now worried about the number of rats. What is the specific situation? Did they see the number of rats in this nest? How big? Wu Qingyue continued to frown and asked. This is what I came here to say. They said that when they only came into contact with the tip of the iceberg of the rat nest, they were frightened by a large number of huge rats gushing out of the ground, and when they reacted it was already too late. These rats were not only big, but also strong and extremely fast. Think about it, a large number of densely packed rats rushing up, even if you use your ability to attack, it would be useless. You can only defend. Because there are really too many of them. Xiao Yunlong thought of the three people's faces that still had a look of fear, and said the information. Chapter 844. As soon as Xiao Yunlong finished speaking, suddenly a person hurriedly came in from outside the door. Leader, there's a situation. Xiao Liqing's face was also very dignified as he came in with a document. When he saw Xiao Yunlong, he was stunned for a moment before he continued to walk over. Leader Xiao is here to talk about the mutated rats. I heard that the number of these mutated rats is very large, and it is currently impossible to estimate. Moreover, these rats eat zombies. They eat almost everything. Whether it's metal or buildings, they didn't let go of anything. After Xiao Liqing came in, he directly handed the information in his hand to Wu Qingyue to see. Where is it? Have you sent people to observe the situation? When Wu Qingyue heard that these rats also ate zombies, he immediately thought of the base. If these rats went over, wouldn't those zombies eventually become the food of these rats? He knew that rats were omnivorous, and also had the habit of grinding their teeth. After mutating, their teeth were even more terrible. These rats were not like ordinary zombies, moving slowly. These rats were very swift and agile. It's in the Fuyang Safari Park, and it seems like they've been released this time. They've been surging up from their underground nest. Now, everything on the ground has been eaten clean, Xiao Liqing said. At this time, in the Fuyang District Safari Park, a large number of mutated beasts were desperately escaping from the zoo area. All the mutated beasts, big and small, high level and low level, fled in all directions without a care in the world. Sand and stones were flying on the ground, dust filled the sky, and grass and trees were flying in disorder. In the sky, there were many mutated birds flying in from time to time, and then not long after, they flew out again, their claws holding one or two huge black rats that were struggling and twisting. And at this time, at the place where Lin Qiao once saved the little tiger, there was a huge round hole, like a black mouth. This mouth was constantly spitting out huge black long-haired rats. The smallest size was bigger than a cat, and the biggest was about the same size as a pig. The fur on these rats was long, black, and very thick. Pairs of vicious eyes stared, and a pair of huge sharp teeth gnawed at whatever they saw. Even rocks were not spared. As long as it blocked their path, it would be bitten. Several kilometers around the entrance of the cave had been turned into a wasteland. All the trees and vines had disappeared, leaving only a piece of land that had been gnawed clean. Squeak, 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 two giant rats the size of ordinary pigs stood upright at the entrance of the cave. They retracted their front claws and kept squeaking. It was as if he was commanding these rats that kept coming out. As far as the eye could see, there was only a layer of surging rat tide that was constantly running outwards. Apart from this cave entrance, there was another similar cave entrance to the southwest. The situation was the same. In total, there were 5 or 6 such holes that were constantly pouring out of them. Kacha, kacha, this was the sound of the rats biting a tree trunk that required 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around. Not long after, the tall tree fell down. Countless rats swarmed around it, constantly gnawing on the tree's leaves. Hua hua hua, kacha kacha, squeak squeak, such sounds could be heard everywhere. Of course, there were also a few angry roars from time to time. Roar, at this time, there was a huge lion. It didn't run out of the range of the rats that were quickly catching up. The rats directly rushed onto its body, and then used their claws and teeth together. Immediately, the lion's body was badly mutilated. Roar, the huge lion was in pain, but the rats didn't fall off its body. Instead, they tightly hung on its body, and there were still rats coming from behind. Soon, the huge lion was pounced on by hundreds and thousands of black-haired rats. In less than 2 minutes, the rats that covered the lion's body left, leaving behind a large pool of blood. Not even the bones were left. So not long after, this zoo that was almost turned into a primeval forest was quickly eaten by these rats into a wasteland. There were still rats rushing out of the rat holes, and the vanguard troops had already razed everything to the ground. Other than plants and animals, they also pounced on the slow-moving zombies. Even if the zombies' bodies were already rotten, it still didn't affect the rats' appetite. Roar, in front of the group of rats, a few kilometers away, there was a wind zombie on the top of a tree that kept flying out, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the base. After a few hours, he finally rushed to the periphery of the base. From the top of the building, he quickly flashed past the zombie defense line, and rushed towards the other side of the base where the zombies were at the restaurant. This zombie's entrance wasn't stopped, which meant that he was originally a zombie in this base. After he arrived at the hotel, he quickly found Xie Dong's office. Roar roar roar, boss 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 bossies, this level 4 wind zombie was one of the 5 subordinates that Lin Qiao assigned to Xie Dong. What? Quiet. Xie Dong saw his impatient expression, and lightly shouted without any expression. Roar roar roar, there's a rat. There's a rat. There's a rat. The wind zombie anxiously stood in front of Xie Dong's office desk. Those rats gave him a strong sense of danger. Even if he ran back to the base, he still had a lingering fear. What rat? Speak properly. Xie Dong looked at him and slightly frowned. The zombies under him were all modified by the leader's virus, so their intelligence had increased a lot. Their ability to express also improved, and they could communicate well. But now this wind zombie was a bit incoherent, and he didn't know what was going on. Roar roar, roar roar roar, rats. Many, 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 the wind zombie roared at Xie Dong, and his expression seemed to calm down. While speaking, he used his 2 hands to gesture the size of the rats in front of his chest. Roar, roar, so big. So big. He gestured the size of the rats, and so on. Xie Dong listened to his words, and slightly pondered. He understood what he meant. He saw a lot of mutated rats, and looking at his nervous expression, there should be a lot of them, and their fighting power was especially strong. But if it was just mutated rats, why would he be so nervous? Xie Dong couldn't imagine the situation the wind zombie was talking about, but he vaguely guessed that there was some uneasy factor that made him so nervous. He stood up, and decided to go see the situation first. Let's go, take me to see it again. Xie Dong said to the wind zombie. But this time, his obedient subordinate shook his head repeatedly. Roar, not going, not going, not going. Going to be eaten. Chapter 845. If you don't come with me, how am I supposed to know where that place is? Xie Dong looked at his subordinate with a blank expression and thought to himself speechlessly. No, you have to lead the way. Xie Dong looked at his subordinate and said firmly. Roar dash, the wind zombie immediately stopped, because Xie Dong's words contained a command that could not be refused. It's okay, we can just watch from afar. Xie Dong said softly. His hoarse voice sounded a little more magnetic because it was soft, and it wasn't that unpleasant to hear. The wind zombie could only follow him out. When they reached the roof, Xie Dong brought the wind zombie and quietly left the base. The other zombies under him were actually sent by Xie Dong to other places to collect information and hadn't returned yet. Xie Dong brought the wind zombie and quickly drove towards the direction of Fuyang district. After an hour, they reached a location that was a few kilometers away from the wildlife park. When they arrived here, Xie Dong had a bad feeling. He immediately got off the car and found a high-altitude place to use the binoculars to look at the direction of the zoo. However, before he could use the binoculars, he already saw that the opposite horizon was covered by a large patch of darkness. Over there was a surge of darkness, a very large patch of darkness. The trees at the edge were slowly being pushed down and disappeared under the darkness. Xie Dong's heart had a bad feeling, so he quickly picked up the binoculars and put them in front of his eyes. It would have been better if he didn't see it, but when he saw it, he was shocked. These rats were very big, and their momentum was unstoppable. They bit everything that passed by, leaving behind a pile of debris that was stepped on by countless rats. What made Xie Dong's scalp numb was the number of these giant rats. Standing at least 7 or 8 kilometers away, he could clearly see that these rats were like a patch of black oil spreading outwards. At this speed, if these rats didn't stop, the nearest human base would suffer. Looking at the tens of thousands of giant rats in the distance, Xie Dong frowned. He looked left and right, and found that the black rat group was slowly expanding. It seemed that this rat group wasn't only coming in their direction. It was possible that the zoo was the center, and now it was slowly spreading outwards. After thinking about it, Xie Dong immediately came down from the hill, and then drove around the zoo to another direction to continue to observe. He wanted to find out where these mutated rats came from. Lin Qiao, who was in a meeting with the manager at the base, didn't know about this. We should start from Jiaxing City. Zhe province belongs to us, and Jiangsu province belongs to them. This is the dividing line between Jiaxing City and Huzhou City. Lin Qiao stood in front of an upright writing board with a map of the Huadong region hanging on it. She took a stick and drew a line between Zhe province, Su province, and Hai City, splitting the two sides in half. If someone else was here, they would feel that the universal base was being too arrogant. Why did they think that Xi City base would agree to such conditions? After leaving Xi City, the geographical resources were Jiangsu province in the north and Zhejiang province in the south. Originally, these two provinces were close to Xi City, which was also Xi City's resources. Other than Zhe province and Jiangsu province, there was also Anhui province beyond the two provinces that Haiqing used to control. Now that Zhe province had been cut off by the universal base, Haiqing would obviously lose a province's geographical resources. If they didn't have the strength and conditions, Haiqing wouldn't have agreed. Let's see what the other party wants and try our best to satisfy them. After all, cutting off 1/3 of their territory was obviously a bit too much. If it wasn't for Wu Qingyue's willingness to cooperate with them, they probably wouldn't have allowed them to build their base in Uptown. If it was anyone else, they would probably be kicked out. Lin Feng looked at her with a strange expression. What if Wu Qingyue wants you to marry him? Will you agree? In the past, they didn't think that Wu Qingyue would pursue their leader. At that time, they were prepared to give him a sufficient amount of precious food and other conditions could be discussed. But now, the whole world knew that the leader of Sea City wanted to marry the leader of the Universal Base. After Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone's expression became strange, and the way they looked at Lin Qiao also changed. Only Lin Feng dared to say such a thing. Lin Qiao glanced at him expressionlessly, trying to maintain her dignity and said, "Do you think I will agree?" "Ahem, actually, I think it's fine if the leader agrees. Just treat it as a marriage alliance between the two bases," Chen Yuding suddenly said. Lin Qiao said coldly, "Since the other party agreed to let us build a base here, they should have already known how to plan the area. And I don't think that Wu Qingyue is someone who would mix his private affairs with official affairs. He won't do that." Although Wu Qingyue had been acting like a rascal recently, Lin Qiao still knew where his bottom line was. And based on her understanding of his character, he wasn't someone who would kick someone when they were down. So Lin Feng's guess wouldn't come true. The others thought that it made sense. Indeed, Sea City's leader Wu shouldn't be that kind of person. And I understand. Lin Feng wouldn't say that he was just joking. He just wanted to see if there was a possibility of his sister getting married. In his previous life, he had been unmarried for more than 30 years, and he still wanted to be unmarried in this life. Thinking about how his siblings were all prepared to live on their own, Lin Feng felt inexplicably tired. Luckily, he was already married. Even Xiao Lu was 8 years old. Because the area hadn't been formally divided yet, the people of Sea City still liked to run to Zhe Province. And Hangzhou City was close to Sea City, so they would definitely pass through their base's area once they came out. In order to protect the secret of the All Beings base as much as possible, it was still necessary to set up a perimeter. In addition to the problem of the area division, there was also the construction of the wall at the zombie base, which wasn't a concern. After all, there were more than 10,000 people in the base now, and they had the manpower. So the cultivation base still needed to increase the work of planting. Although Lin Qiao accepted the food from the Earth Dragon base, the future food still depended on the progress in this area. Another thing was that the group of people from the Earth Dragon base had to continue to observe for a period of time. The meeting quickly ended, and everyone left the conference hall with their respective documents. Lin Qiao looked at the map hanging behind her, thinking about Lin Feng's question just now, and her heart was still a little worried. A few hours later, Lin Qiao received the confirmed information about the rat tide from Xie Dong. This wasn't good news for her, or for the All Beings base. Chapter 846. How many are there? Can't you calculate it? Lin Qiao frowned and asked Xie Dong. Xie Dong shook his head. When I left, the entire animal park was already full of mice, covering an area of thousands of acres. In a few days, the entire Fuyang district will be wiped out. The teeth of those mice were so good that it made people speechless. Where did so many mice come from? Did these mutated mice hide and breed all these years? A group of densely packed rats that occupied an area of 3,000 to 4,000 acres, how big was that? Millions? Tens of millions? Probably more than that. It's too close to us. Lin Qiao frowned. She remembered that when she passed by the zoo, she had seen those mutated mice. She had also seen the fighting power of these mice. But at that time, there were at most tens of thousands of them. How did it become so big now? If this group of mice was in a place with more people, even if it was in Gan province, she would not be so worried. But now it was only in Fuyang district. It was too close to their base, only 2 to 3 kilometers away. Obviously, it wouldn't be long before these mice appeared in their territory. Fortunately, they discovered it in time. Lin Qiao did not care about the fighting power of these mice, but she was worried about the destructive power of these mice to resources. And as long as there was no food, they would slowly migrate and eat wherever they went. I didn't expect to encounter mutated mice that can eat zombies, and they are actually mice. Thinking about the terrible reproduction power of mice, Lin Qiao suddenly felt a headache. After thinking about it, she had to first build a strong combat team with long-range combat power. Then only psychics could attack, ordinary people could not go. Their home now did not have airplanes or cannons. Ordinary people without weapons would not be enough for those big mice to eat. It was like sending food. Call everyone for a meeting in the afternoon and pass this information to the deputy leaders. Lin Qiao said decisively. Yes. Shen Yuzhen said. Xie Dong organized all the information and passed it to her, and then she passed it to the other department heads. Just as the two walked out, Duanwan walked in from outside the door. Leader, the people from Haiqing are here. Lin Qiao looked up. Who is it? Duanwan understood that she was asking who the leader was, and said, it is Xiao Yunlong, with Meng Yu and Kong Qingming. Lin Qiao looked away and nodded. Yes, I understand. Duanwan didn't notice that there was a flash of surprise in Lin Qiao's lowered eyes. It seemed that she did not expect Xiao Yunlong to come. She subconsciously thought that it should be Wu Qingyue. However, she soon realized that Wu Qingyue had just left, so he probably wouldn't come back so soon. Duanwan only reported the news to Lin Qiao, because Xiao Yunlong had already been received by Lin Feng. What? You want to divide the border between Jiaxing City and Haiqing? Don't you think it's too much? In the reception room, Xiao Yunlong, Meng Yu, and even Kong Qingming all had a look of surprise and disbelief in their eyes. When they heard that Lin Feng wanted to start dividing the land from the Shan County on the edge of Jiaxing City, the same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Wasn't the base's appetite too big? He actually dared to say it out loud. Lin Feng nodded and said expressionlessly, yes, that's right. That's exactly what our leader meant. As long as you are willing to give it up, we are willing to compensate you in any condition. However, he avoided the other party's last sentence. Meng Yu and Kong Qingming looked at each other, then at Xiao Yunlong at the same time. Just in time to meet Xiao Yunlong's gaze, the three people's eyes flashed a trace of speechlessness. Seeing that the relationship between the two sides was not bad, Xiao Yunlong asked kindly, why does Miss Lu think we will agree to this level of division? Lin Feng did not feel that he was asking for too much. There is not much difference in the area between our base and your base. I don't think you are at a disadvantage. Xiao Yunlong, who originally wanted to divide the border between Yuhang District and Jiaxing, and bring the whole of Jiaxing under his own base, felt that this seemingly serious man was most likely not easy to deal with. He silently stared at the other party and did not answer Lin Feng's words. Meng Yu was also looking at Lin Feng, trying to see something from his face. And the other Kong Qingming was leaning against the sofa, his slender legs crossed, but his narrow and beautiful eyes were secretly looking at the expressionless woman sitting quietly opposite him. Although Lin Wenwen's head was slightly bowed, from time to time recording the contents of the meeting, his eyes were secretly glancing left and right, sweeping over the faces of Kong Qingming and Long Qingying. The corners of his mouth carried a hint of an unclear smile. Being stared at by Kong Qingming, Long Qingying, who was impatient but could not lose her temper, had a gloomy face. However, because she usually kept a straight face, even if she was in a bad mood, people who were not familiar with her would not be able to see her current expression. How could she not be aware of Kong Qingming's gaze? It's just that this gaze that was neither a man nor a woman was really annoying, she didn't know why. Lin Feng and Xiao Yunlong were not aware of the undercurrent formed by the several people below. The two people were competing over the division of the area. I don't know what kind of compensation your base can give to match this area. Xiao Yunlong stared at Lin Feng with bright eyes. Based on the current population of the base, there were only a little more than 10,000 people, and it had only been half a year. He did not think that the other party could really afford the same value as the entire Jiaxing city area. Lin Feng thought for a moment and seemed to feel that they really could not afford so much right now. He said hesitantly, maybe we can each take a step back. From here to be the boundary. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and drew a line on the flat map on the coffee table between the two people. The position had already retreated a little from before. From near the other side's border to the center of Jiaxing City. Lin Feng said, here, we will give 10 tons of refined rice, 20 tons of fruits and vegetables, plus 3 times of help. How about it? Or can we also provide enough corpse nuclei or energy nuclei? The most expensive things here were the refined rice and fruits and vegetables. They also gave the other side 3 times of help, which was already the maximum limit that Lin Qiao had given. But in exchange for the ownership of this area, it was enough. Of course, this transfer of goods could not be given in one go. It could only be paid in installments, but for Sea City, there were no disadvantages. Xiao Yunlong's expression froze, and when he heard the other side mention refined rice, he hesitated. Now the development of the base's planting base had slowly begun, and looking at the vibrant appearance of the crops, it was clear that the future harvest would not be too bad. In particular, there were not many people in this base, enough to feed. Chapter 847. Seeing Xiao Yunlong's hesitation, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He decisively took a step back and said, of course, if your base is not willing to accept this condition, it doesn't matter. We can slowly discuss, as long as the conditions are within your acceptable range, we will not refuse if we think it is reasonable. Although Lin Feng's attitude was a bit low. But if you think about the meaning of his words, you will know. If Sea City did not accept the previous favorable conditions, then it would be somewhat difficult. After all, the all-life base was only a small base. He had already taken 2 steps back. In this way, the relationship between the two sides may not be so beautiful in the future. The conditions given by your base are very favorable, I also think it is acceptable. But we have to discuss this matter with the other 2 leaders before we can make a decision. At this time, Meng Yu, who had been quietly watching the confrontation between the 2 people, suddenly said. She was afraid that Xiao Yunlong would stubbornly agree to it. Then there would be no room for maneuver. Lin Feng glanced at her, then nodded and looked at Xiao Yunlong again. Miss Meng is right, it doesn't matter. We are not in a hurry. Xiao Yunlong glanced at Meng Yu, his eyes warm. Then he nodded to Lin Feng. I will bring back the conditions of our negotiation. Lin Wenwen's eyes swept over Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu, his hand continued to record the last sentence, and then he put away the pen and closed the notebook. It seemed that the conversation was over. Oh yes, there is one thing that I don't know if your base has discovered. After the 2 sides finished discussing the important matters, the atmosphere relaxed a little. Xiao Yunlong suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him puzzledly. What is it? These 2 days we received a piece of information that a rat nest in Fuyang district has gone berserk, and a large group of tens of thousands of big rats have run out. The destructive power is very strong, I think you'd better prepare first. Xiao Yunlong said. Rats? Lin Feng and the others were taken aback, their brows slightly wrinkled. No matter who heard this news, they would not be happy. How big is it? He continued to look at Xiao Yunlong and asked. These are mutated rats, huge in size, and the number is still not clear. No, the last news we got was just the tip of the iceberg. It was located in the wildlife park. Our base used to have a corpse hunting team of more than 30 people, but they died a few days ago. You can also send someone to carefully investigate. After such a long time, I don't know what has changed now. Xiao Yunlong's face sank. Although this area would no longer be under their control in the future, if the base didn't prepare for any accidents in advance, they wouldn't be able to survive. For Sea City, which was now working closely with them, it would not benefit them at all. From what you've said, it seems very serious. If that's the case, we'll deal with it. Lin Feng nodded and thanked him. Thank you very much. Is this information a gift? Xiao Yunlong gave a hearty smile. Hey, if you can't stop these rats, then it's not good for us, is it? That's true. Lin Feng nodded again. The two of them didn't talk for long before they left. Lin Wenwen walked and looked back at Kong Qingming, who was following behind. Handsome, your direction is over there. She pointed to Xiao Yunlong on the other side and the guard subordinates behind them. Kong Qingming smiled lightly. The business is over, I don't have to follow behind those two like a third wheel. Then why are you following us? After Long Qingying came out, she no longer hid the emotions on her face, staring gloomily at Kong Qingming. I'm going to find my brother. It's just along the way, isn't it? Why don't you tell me which way to go to your Ministry of Agriculture? Kong Qingming's beautiful face showed an innocent expression. When the beauty's face showed such an expression, the pitiful look in those charming eyes made people's hearts soften. Lin Wenwen felt this way, but she turned her head to look at Long Qingying and saw that her friend's expression was even more impatient. Lin Wenwen silently thought, how did these two people get together? When she first saw Kong Qingming today, a picture flashed through her mind. It was night and the surrounding light was very dim. Kong Qingming was pressed against the balcony railing behind him, and the person pressing in front of him was Long Qingying. And the two people's faces were glued together, they should be kissing. Lin Wenwen was very curious. Why would his good friend, who had a pure heart and few desires, press down and kiss this devilishly beautiful man? And looking at the man's expression, he seemed to be enjoying it. After seeing this scene, Lin Wenwen couldn't stay calm. She secretly looked at the two people, her eyes shining. The fire of gossip in his heart burned fiercely. What did the two of them go through to reach such a state? Completely unaware that her friend was now staring at her with a gossipy gaze, after hearing Kong Qingming's words, Long Qingying felt suffocated in her heart, but she couldn't say anything. Well, the Ministry of Agriculture was indeed heading this way. What else could she say? And when Lin Feng went to find Lin Qiao to talk about the rats, Lin Qiao said first, Xie Dong said that the scale of the rats was very large, they ate the entire wildlife park, and people were plunged into misery and suffering. Almost 3,000 or 4,000 mu of land has now become bare wasteland. The number of rats is more than tens of millions. What? More than tens of millions. Thinking of hundreds of acres of land that was densely packed with black rats, Lin Feng's scalp tingled. This number was too terrifying. Don't worry about this matter, I will let Chiu Lily and Elmar take a team there first. But you should also be prepared, if the two of them return, then let the human paranormals go. Lin Qiao said. Now that there were a lot of paranormals in the base, it was time to use them. Okay, I understand. Lin Feng knew that she sent Chiu Lily and the others to be the vanguard, so he nodded. By the way, how is the discussion on the division of the land? Is the other party willing to let go? Lin Qiao remembered the purpose of asking Xiao Yunlong. Lin Feng said, not sure, it depends on whether Wu Qingyue will agree or not. I don't think Xiao Yunlong will have a problem. Lin Qiao nodded and said with a faint smile, that's good, let them think about it slowly. After these places are weathered into sand and stone, we will see whether these abandoned resources are more precious or our own regenerated resources are more precious. Wu Qingyue didn't know how good the crops were growing on her side. As long as there was her space lake, the base would become a survivor base with rich real estate. Chapter 848. That night, Lin Qiao made a list of Qiu Lily's first team. It was led by Qiu Lily and El March. Below them were Ice Element Uncle number 3, Fire Element Little Boy number 4, Earth Element Man number 6, Metal Element Old Man, Water Element Crater, and Ice Element Nan Jean. These abilities were all of the 5 elements, and their long-range and area of effect skills were more effective. Behind them were 10 level 5 zombie leaders and 20 level 4 zombies with similar abilities. After making the list, Lin Qiao called Qiu Lily and El Mar over. He explained the situation of the rat nest in detail. Tomorrow morning, you two will lead these people to attack with all your might. See if it can serve as a warning to these rats. Make sure they don't dare to come to our base. Lin Qiao said as he passed the list to Qiu Lily. Just a warning. Why can't we kill them all? Qiu Lily asked with some doubt. Since it would cause a lot of trouble for the base in the future, why not just kill all the rats now? Lin Qiao looked at her, shook his head and said, you guys alone won't be able to kill all of them. Although I told you to attack with all your might and kill as many as you can, these rats are very fertile. However, these rats have a very strong reproductive ability. Can you guarantee that these tens of millions of rats will all be eliminated, and not a single one will escape? Even if it's just one rat, it won't take long for this swarm to recover. Qiu Lily and El Mar didn't see the actual situation, so they didn't really understand how scary the rats were. In their minds, it was a large group of rats that could be killed with a fire or a piece of ice. However, Lin Qiao knew that their thinking was very simple. After all, the two of them were still young, so they didn't have much knowledge. She knew that even if they mobilized the entire base, they wouldn't be able to kill all the rats in one go. That's why Lin Qiao asked them to be the vanguard while he observed the situation of the rats. The more information they had, the higher the chance of success in dealing with them. After the apocalypse, the magnetic field was so chaotic that even long-range missiles couldn't be fired. Otherwise, if they fired a few missiles from afar, they might not be able to kill all the rats, but they would at least be able to kill most of them. Of course, the biggest problem was that the base didn't have such powerful weapons. Qiu Lily and El Mar looked at each other without saying anything. Lin Qiao said, you will know when you get there. As I said just now, the level of these mutant rats is not low. There is a possibility that a level 7 mutated rat emperor will appear. You might be able to defeat it, but don't forget the cunning characteristics of rats. A level 7 mutated rat emperor will definitely have a very high IQ. I feel that if it wants to run, you guys might not be able to catch it. Therefore, if the rat emperor was not dead, then it was impossible for the rats to be wiped out. Qiu Lily and El Mar felt that this matter was really tricky after hearing Lin Qiao's words. Only then did he realize how dangerous his target was. If it's convenient for me, I don't need the two of you to do it. Lin Qiao sighed. Qiu Lily and El Mar looked at her blankly. Lin Qiao leaned back in his chair with one hand casually placed on his stomach. All right, get out. Remember to leave early tomorrow. Be careful not to be careless, or else you will suffer. Lin Qiao instructed the two little sisters. Oh. Qiu Lily and El Mar turned around and left. After the two of them left, Lin Qiao continued to work on the table. Suddenly, her whole body stiffened, and a wave of fear flashed through her heart. Then, she quickly disappeared without a trace. Lin Qiao stopped her work and frowned with a puzzled expression. The feeling flashed through her heart too quickly, and she didn't know what was going on. But from her extraordinary intuition, this feeling didn't seem to be very good. She suddenly remembered that she seemed to have had this feeling not long ago, but the feeling was many times smaller than now. Later, after returning to the base, when Lin Wenwen told her about her second ability awakening, Lin Qiao finally understood what was going on. But now, was it a sign that something was going to happen? Lin Qiao didn't pay much attention to it last time, but this time the feeling was too strong. After thinking for a while, Lin Qiao called Shen Yuzhen in. "Help me call Wenwen over. Now." Shen Yuzhen looked at the sky outside. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Qiao nodded. "Yes, now." "Yes." Shen Yuzhen could only turn around and go find Wenwen. In addition to Lin Qiao, even Mo Yen, who was isolated in the space, had a clear feeling at this time. He suddenly opened his eyes on the bed, and then sat up expressionlessly. He pressed on the position of his heart, but his handsome face was full of seriousness. That's right, his heart had clearly stopped beating. There was no effect. But just now, a feeling of palpitation flashed through the position of his heart. It was a kind of intuition of danger. Was there something particularly dangerous about to happen? After Mo Yen sat up, this was the first thought that flashed through his mind. Generally speaking, zombies wouldn't sleep. But Mo Yan's current situation was special. As long as the female zombie treated him, he would need to close his eyes to adjust his body. But this state would make him enter a subtle state of light sleep. This was the first zombie that knew how to sleep. As soon as he sat up, the female zombie immediately opened the door and looked in. Although Lin Qiao felt Mo Yan's movement, she didn't pay attention to Mo Yan's expression. She was waiting for Lin Wenwen to come. She wanted to ask her if she felt anything strange recently. After all, Lin Wenwen's second ability was very special. In addition to Lin Qiao and Mo Yen, there were similar existences all over the country who felt this unusual premonition. There were level 8 mutant beasts hiding in the mountains, or level 8 mutant water beasts hiding in the deep waters. There were also a few zombie emperors that Lin Qiao and Mo Yen didn't know were scattered all over the place. They all opened their eyes at the same time, or there was a commotion. However, there was no mutated plant that had evolved to level 8. At least there was no one in the country. As a human paranormal, even the level 8 Wu Qingyue didn't have the keen senses of zombies and mutated beasts. However, in a certain country's survivor base, an advanced surveying device simultaneously sounded a sharp alarm. All the creatures on the surface still didn't know that there was a slight tremor in the core of the earth. The ground of the underground world was slowly cracking and turning. Countless underground creatures that humans had never seen before, were frantically running away. Roar, 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 dash, no one knew, the second outbreak of the apocalypse. It was coming. Chapter 849. What's wrong? Why are you looking for me so late? Lin Wenwen ran into Lin Qiao's room and asked curiously before Shen Yuzhen went out. Lin Qiao watched Shen Yuzhen leave the room and close the door before asking Lin Wenwen, "Have you seen abnormal scenes recently?" Abnormal scenes? What kind? Is there a direction? Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Ji blankly and asked inexplicably. I suddenly had an ominous feeling in my heart just now. I can't explain it clearly, but I feel like something is going to happen. So I want to ask if you have seen any strange scenes. Lin Qiao also looked at Lin Wenwen with uncertainty. Although the feeling just now had disappeared, it made Lin Qiao a little uneasy. She didn't know why it was like this. But the more unknown it was, the more uneasy she felt in her heart. Lin Wenwen stared at Lin Qiao for a while and shook his head. No. Nothing, except the last time I saw you giving birth, there were no other scenes about you. Lin Qiao thought about it and said, what if it's not about me or someone else? Lin Wenwen thought about it and still shook his head. Lin Qiao sighed, okay, you go back first. Lin Wenwen looked at her for a while, then nodded and got up to leave. That night, no one knew that there was a wave of air slowly overflowing from the ground. This qi contained all kinds of poisonous substances. Ordinary plants or animals that had not mutated directly withered and lost their vitality after coming into contact with this air. The animals also fell directly to the ground, twitching and stiffening, and then their eyes turned white. Then in a few minutes, the corpses of these animals slowly dried up and lost their moisture. The plants that had mutated long ago grew wildly at this time as if they were injected with chicken blood. The mutated animals, on the other hand, entered a frenzied state with bloodshot eyes and lost their rationality. Roar. As for humans, in a dormitory in the Universal Base, there were 4 ordinary people living here. However, this morning, when the sun was high, none of the 4 people lying on the bed got up. Coming out of this dormitory, he found that the other rooms on this floor were still quiet. There was no movement. What happened? The captain of the guard station was a rank 3 metahuman, and he happened to be on duty with another subordinate last night. However, the sky was already bright at this time. It was already past 7 o'clock. Usually, many people would be out at this time. Bing, wake up. The cafeteria is open. Go and get some breakfast. Otherwise, there won't be any left. The captain glanced at the quiet environment in the neighborhood, feeling a little strange. However, he soon forgot about it because the cafeteria was open. He turned around and kicked the man who was sleeping on the table next to him. However, his underling did not have any reaction after being kicked by him. Bing! Bing, wake up! The captain thought that the kid was dead and couldn't wake him up, so he called him again. At the same time, he stretched out his leg to kick his opponent's chair. However, in the next second, his subordinate fell from the chair and lay on the ground motionless. Even his posture didn't change, and he was still lying on the table. This strange scene made the captain feel an inexplicable chill. He stared at his subordinate on the ground and moved closer, then reached his hand under his nose. At this moment, the young man who looked like he was in his 20s suddenly opened his eyes. His eyeballs were gone, and his eyes were as dark as ink. Roar! Before the captain could react, his subordinate, who was originally lying on the ground motionlessly, suddenly sprang up, stretched out his hands into claws, and pounced on the captain. Then, with a ferocious face, his mouth opened to his ears, and he opened his mouth to bite the captain. Fuck! The captain was shocked, but he reacted in time. Just as his opponent opened his mouth and bit down, his skin suddenly turned into hard stone. Gotcha! His subordinate's teeth were broken. The captain's skin all over his body turned into stone. He quickly grabbed the neck of his subordinate who had inexplicably turned into a zombie, and his other hand formed a stone fist and punched the opponent's skull. Bang! The zombie's head was immediately dented in half by him. Bang! The second punch directly blew the subordinate's head off. Although the strength of a level 3 Earth element paranormal wasn't very strong, it was enough to deal with a newborn zombie that had just turned into a zombie. The captain immediately jumped up from the ground after pushing his subordinate's corpse to the side. He quickly leaned on the table and pressed the internal communication device. Hello, this is the Ordinary Area C guardhouse. A guard just turned into a zombie here. All units, please be on guard. At this moment, a sudden scream came from the community. Ah, help! Help, there's a zombie. It was a woman's voice. The captain immediately put the communication device on his clothes and quickly took out the rifle from the guardhouse and hung it on his body. Then he rushed out and rushed towards the scream. Bang! And not waiting for him to run a few steps, the window on the other side of the building suddenly exploded, and a figure jumped down from the inside. Roar! After this figure landed, he roared at the captain and then rushed over. His running speed was very fast and natural, just like a human running with his legs. But this speed was completely at the level of a level 2 zombie. Bang! The captain immediately raised his gun and fired a shot at the zombie's head. However, the zombie suddenly tilted its head and avoided the bullet. In an instant, it accelerated and ran towards the captain. When it was still 7 or 8 meters away, it suddenly jumped 4 or 5 meters into the air, and then pounced down from the air. Bang, bang, bang dash! The captain saw that the zombie casually tilted its head and dodged the first shot, and immediately became a little nervous. He raised his gun and fired 3 shots at the zombie in the air. Pudong! This time, the zombie directly fell from the air and fell to the ground like a piece of rotten meat. The captain stared at the zombie for a while, then immediately turned around and continued to run towards the direction of the woman. At this time, the Fuyang district's rat group had become restless. Among the countless rats, some of their eyes became red, their faces were ferocious, and their hair stood up. They madly attacked their own kind next to them. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The surrounding rats didn't expect their own kind to suddenly attack them. Looking at their own kind madly attacking everywhere, they didn't react for a while and were scared by the other party's violent aura. Chapter 850. Soon, the entire district was thrown into chaos. All sorts of screams and shouts could be heard, breaking the peace of the district. Following that, there were sounds of fighting and objects crashing into each other. There were also people running around in panic. Zombies! Someone has turned into a zombie. Help! Ah! Roar! This situation began to spread throughout the entire base. At the same time, the same thing happened in the other bases. Wang Jian had just woken up, but before he could get up, he heard a scream coming from next door. He jumped up from his bed, not even bothering to change his clothes. He was still wearing his casual pajamas. He quickly pulled out a box from under his bed and opened it. The box was filled with guns and bullets. After skillfully assembling the gun, Wang Jian raised it and leaned against the door. Listening carefully, he could hear noises coming from other rooms in the corridor. Screams, fighting, and collisions. There was also a commotion coming from outside the window. There were also gunshots and the roars of zombies. Wang Jian's eyes flashed, and his figure flashed to the window to look outside. The people downstairs were running out of the district in panic. There were even soldiers firing in several directions. Turning his gaze again, he saw several zombies pouncing on people. Wang Jian lived alone in this room, and the people next door were also his people. However, there were 6 people sleeping next door. Only 2 of them had crawled up, while the other 4 were still lying motionless on the bed. Roar! However, one of the 2 who had crawled up was no longer a human. Qiao Liangting looked at Huang Tiange, whose eyes were pitch black and whose face was twisted as he pounced towards him. He was dumbfounded. Why was he still fine when he was sleeping last night? Why did he turn into a zombie so early in the morning? With this thought in mind, Qiao Liangting quickly rolled to the side, avoiding Huang Tiange's attack. Roar! Huang Tiange's attack failed, so he immediately turned around and pounced again. At this time, Qiao Liangting had already grabbed the gun in his hand. He raised his hand and fired a shot at Huang Tiange's forehead. Bang! The bullet pierced through Huang Tiange's forehead. The zombie's movements froze, and it fell to the ground. Looking at the zombie on the ground, Xiao Liangting's eyes became gloomy. But there wasn't much sadness. They were all ordinary people living in the post-apocalyptic world. Every day, they had to worry about virus infection. They were afraid that one day, the people around them would suddenly become zombies. Therefore, everyone maintained a bottom line in their friendship. Otherwise, it would affect their own reactions when they encountered a situation like this. He raised his head and looked at the beds of the other 4 people vigilantly. The 4 of them were still lying motionless on the bed. No matter how he looked at it, it was not right. Xiao Liangting slowly raised his gun and carefully approached a roommate next to him. Half of the man's face was hidden in the quilt. His skin and muscles had shrunk, as if all the blood in his body had been drained. His eyes were sunken into 2 deep sockets, like 2 holes. The hole was also covered with 2 withered pearls. His hair was also dry and messy. What was going on? Xiao Liangting couldn't understand the situation in front of him. He raised his guard and looked at the other 3 people. They were all in the same situation. In this fate, only 2 out of the 6 awakened, but he was the only one alive. Why did everyone suddenly become like this? What exactly happened? Lin Qiao had just finished a round of energy absorption when she suddenly heard screams from all directions. There were also some unfamiliar zombie roars. Following that, gunshots and explosions could be heard. She frowned and immediately got off the bed. She walked to the balcony and looked outside. There were many unfamiliar zombie auras in the base. However, the auras of living people were directly reduced by half. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. Leader. Not good. Lin Qiao appeared at the door in a flash. He opened the door and asked Duanwan, "What happened?" "I don't know why, but this morning, 40% of the survivors in the base died for unknown reasons. Another 10% of the survivors turned into zombies. Moreover, they directly turned into level 2 zombies. And these are all ordinary people. Not a single psychic is fine." Duanwan's expression was very solemn. She didn't panic and just told Lin Qiao the information she just received. The entire base. Only ordinary people have problems. Are you sure? Lin Qiao directly walked past her and went to the roof. Yes, the current situation is like this. On the roof, there were already several figures standing on the roof facing the edge of the base. This is too strange. Why did so many people die all of a sudden? And what happened to these newborn zombies? Were they infected before? Elmar frowned and looked puzzled. They were originally going to gather and fight those rats. However, before everyone arrived, they suddenly felt the auras of many unfamiliar zombies. They could also feel the auras of many living people disappear. At this time, Xie Dong's figure appeared in front of Lin Qiao and said to her, "Not good, leader." "Mrs. Lin." Lin Qiao's eyes were cold. She suddenly turned around and disappeared in a flash. When the others heard Xie Dong's words, their expressions all changed. Then they uniformly followed Lin Qiao and rushed in the direction of Mrs. Lin. When Lin Qiao arrived at the building, a person immediately ran out from the door downstairs and rushed in front of Lin Qiao. Mrs. Lin is now trapped in the room. Hearing this, Lin Qiao's face became gloomy. She didn't stop and rushed into the stairway. Then, with a few steps, he rushed up and disappeared into the stairwell. At this time, in Mrs. Lin's room, all the doors and windows were blocked by metal bars. There was a zombie with disheveled hair trapped inside. Roar, this zombie was Lin Qiao's mother. At this time, her eyes had become completely black. She glared at the door, bared her teeth, and threw herself on the metal bars at the door. Even her nails had turned black. She was roaring at a group of people outside the door. How could this happen? How could this happen? She was fine yesterday. Lin Wenwen stood outside the door and leaned against the wall. She stared at the zombie in the room with her red eyes wide open. Her face was full of disbelief. Now she knew the situation in the base. Before she had time to digest this disaster, she was told that her mother had become a zombie. Why didn't she see anything before? She didn't feel anything that happened today, nor did she see these scenes. Why? Lin Qiao quickly trotted to the door. When she came to the door and saw the zombie trapped in the room, her heart sank. Her chest felt like it was blocked by a huge rock, causing her whole body to tremble. When Lin Qiao and the other high-level zombies arrived, Mrs. Lin suddenly became quiet. Chapter 851. Mrs. Lin's body is special. One of her sons is the deputy leader, the other is a doctor, and the other is a doctor. Her daughter is a space magician. Although she doesn't have a position, her status is not low. Otherwise, other people would have shot Mrs. Lin. Lin Qiao takes a deep breath and calms down. She says, Lily, Elmar, take other zombies above level 5 to control the new zombies in the base. Don't kill them if you can. Go. Chio, Lily and Elmar leave immediately. He brought the other zombies who came to watch the fun and quickly went out to deal with the zombies that came out of nowhere. Xia Dong, find out what is going on. Lin Qiao forces herself to calm down and arranges other people's work. Yes, sir, Xia Dong answered before he turned around and left without hesitation. Lin Qiao says to Lin Feng and Lin Wenwen, don't tell anyone about this. Qing Qing, open the door. Then she looks at Long Qingying who is holding Lin Wenwen's arm tightly. Long Qingying waves her hand and the steel railing on the door shrinks to the side, revealing a hole. Lin Qiao crawled into the hole that was as tall as a person. Lin Feng turned his head and gave Qian Xiaoai a look. As Lin Feng's subordinate for many years, Qian Xiaoai certainly knows what he means. He is going to seal the mouth. After all, even if the leader didn't give the order, Lin Feng would have given the order. After Lin Qiao enters the room, Mrs. Lin shudders and steps back. She lowers her head and shoulders and doesn't dare to raise her head. She doesn't even dare to look at Lin Qiao. Don't move. Lin Qiao looks at her and knows that she has no memory. Just like other zombies, Lin Qiao is only conscious. Seeing this, Lin Qiao feels pain in her heart. However, she soon calms herself down and walks to Mrs. Lin. She had thought that her family would live well under her protection and wouldn't suffer any other harm. But what is going on? It had only been one night, and there had been no signs or abnormalities at all. Except for the inexplicable fear last night, she has been like this since she got up this morning. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiao's rationality had always been very strong. Soon, she calms herself down and walks to Mrs. Lin. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Don't move. She knew that even if she called him Mom now, he wouldn't understand what it meant. Therefore, she could only use the power of a high-level zombie to give instructions to the other party. Mrs. Lin seems to be afraid of Lin Qiao. When Lin Qiao takes a step towards her, she unconsciously steps back. Until Lin Qiao stood by her side, slowly extending his hand towards her. Lin Qiao didn't dare to make a sudden move for fear of scaring her, so she could only slowly reach out her hand. In the end, Lin Luoran grabs Mrs. Lin's shoulder and brings her into the space. Lin Luoran doesn't know how long Mrs. Lin has been a zombie. It has been about 10 hours since last night. Mrs. Lin can't recover her memory in time like Xia Dong, Lu Tianyi, or Shen Yuzhen. In that case, he could only use other, slower methods. Xiao Lin leads her mother into the living room of the small building. Then she goes to get a glass of lake water. Then, he cut his finger and forced a drop of blood to fall into the cup. The thick black blood immediately turns brown in the water. When Xiao Lin takes out the cup, Mrs. Lin's expression immediately changes. She stares at the cup in Xiao Lin's hand. Her eyes are full of strong desire, but she is also pulled by another kind of fear. Drink. Xiao Lin is anxious and uneasy, but she can't show it on her face. Mrs. Lin looks at Xiao Lin motionlessly and doesn't take the cup to drink. Seeing that she doesn't move, Xiao Lin orders her. She knows that she is being disrespectful to her mother, but she wants to help her mother recover her memory. This is the only way. Also, the situation outside is so chaotic. She can't stay here for too long. Drink it. Mrs. Lin looks at Xiao Lin with fear. Finally, she doesn't dare to resist and takes the cup. She looks at Xiao Lin again while drinking, but Xiao Lin's expression doesn't change. He could only close his eyes and grit his teeth as he drank it. Bang! As soon as the water enters her throat, the cup in Mrs. Lin's hand falls to the ground and breaks. Roar! She falls on the floor and curls up into a bowl. There is a whole drop of Xiao Lin's blood in the cup. Her virus is mixed with the energy of the lake and quickly washes the virus inside Mrs. Lin's body. Seeing her like this, Xiao Lin stands aside and looks at her uneasily. Then she squints her eyes and looks at the others outside the space. Everyone is standing quietly outside the door. Lin Wenwen is leaning against the door frame with a broken face. Lin Feng's face is as dark as the bottom of a pot because of his suppressed emotions. However, he is a middle-aged man and can control his emotions. He can't believe it at the beginning, but now he has recovered. He is slightly relieved when he sees Xiao Lin. But thinking that his mother will become a zombie in the future. Well, one of his family members is already a zombie. It doesn't matter if there is another one. At least he is lucky that his mother didn't become a dry corpse like the others. In the base, Chio Lily and Elmar are searching for newborn zombies with other zombies. When they see a zombie, they roar at it and order it not to move. Yuan Tianqing and the others are leading paranormals and the army to save people. But soon, Chio Lily and the other zombies suddenly find that this batch of newborn zombies are not only fast and agile, but also have a high IQ. This is a bit unreasonable. At least humans have just adapted to the slow, dumb, and stiff zombies. With the appearance of Chio Lily and Elmar, the situation in the base is immediately under control. Because they just stood on the top of the building and roared, the newborn zombies in the whole base received the order from the high-level zombies. Then they all dropped their prey and gathered in the direction of Chio Lily and the others. Without the threat of zombies, Yuan Tianqing and the others quickly gathered the survivors in the sports field in front of the school. Everyone looks anxious. Yuan Tianqing, Du Yuanqing and the others can only do their best to calm them down. How did this happen? How did it become like this? Did you see? Some people turned into dry corpses in one night. So scary. Sleep on my bed. Same in my dormitory. Yours is fine, only dry corpses. My dormitory turned into zombies. I was almost bitten to death. What is happening to this world? Do we have to experience a second apocalypse? The survivors who had gathered together were talking with each other in panic. Apparently, they were frightened by what had happened in the morning. Chapter 852. Yuan Tianqing stood on the platform in front of the field, looking at the thousands of survivors below. His face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. Deputy Leader. The number of people was out. 4,392 people had turned into mummies, 5,877 ordinary survivors were still alive, the ability users were all fine, only the ordinary people had met with mishaps. Furthermore, the number of people who had turned into zombies had yet to come out, but if we subtracted the survivors and the 4,000 people who had turned into mummies, we were still short of 700 people. That should be the number of newborn zombies. Li Zheng took the information in his hand and walked to Yuan Tianqing, reporting to him in a low voice. What's the reason? Yuan Tianqing asked with a gloomy face. Unclear. Li Zheng shook his head. That's right, the only question in their minds was what was the reason for this. Old Du, settle these people down first. Think of a way to ease their panic. Yuan Tianqing frowned and said to Du Yuanqing. Got it. Du Yuanqing nodded, and brought the other people to make the arrangements. In order to effectively calm everyone's emotions, Du Yuanqing asked Qing Wangxue to cook some food, and when breakfast was served, everyone was given some. After eating a steaming hot breakfast, everyone's mood was much calmer. After they calmed down, they wanted to know what was going on. Why did the people in the base become zombies? Why did so many people turn into lifeless corpses in a single night? Looking at the people gathered on the field, it seemed like there were fewer people. On the side of Universal Life Base, while trying to calm the crowd, they began to investigate the cause of this incident. The situation in the other bases was almost the same. Haiqing Base's Wu Qingyue also stood in the conference room of the government building with a gloomy face, looking down at the gathered survivors through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Their base wasn't as special as Universal Life Base, so there were gunshots, explosions, and sounds of fighting everywhere in Haiqing Base. While killing the zombies, they also had to rescue the survivors. And in the areas that had been cleared, the army wrapped up the dead bodies that had turned into mummies for unknown reasons and carried them out. This was because most people became like this while they were sleeping, so they were usually in bed. So the army put on gloves, wrapped them in white cloth, or put them in special bags to carry the corpses down. These corpses did not move, so after counting, they were burned. Because even if he threw it out, the zombies wouldn't eat it. I've checked. Those who mutated are all ordinary people. Even adepts don't have this kind of situation. Xiao Liqing told Wu Qingyue the information he had received. Wu Qingyue frowned. Are the Arcanists all right? Xiao Liqing nodded. Then what's going on with these zombies? Wu Qingyue raised his head to look at the battle in the distance and asked in puzzlement. We haven't found anything yet. Xiao Liqing also frowned. Looking at the time, it had only been an hour since they received the news. It would take some time for them to find out the reason. Don't you feel that? This scene is very similar to the first apocalypse. Mo Li, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said expressionlessly. The expressions of the others in the room darkened, and Wu Qingyue's eyes turned cold. He suddenly turned around and said to Xiao Liqing, "Go check the situation of the other bases." Xiao Liqing turned around and left immediately. As soon as he left, a few people quickly walked in from outside the door. Zhou Shihui came in with an old man and a few others. I have a situation here. Get someone to pay attention to the Arcanists. They might become violent. Zhou Shihui said to Wu Qingyue as soon as he came in. What? Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed with confusion when he heard this. Then he seemed to understand and looked at Zhou Shihui with uncertainty. You mean Arcanists can also have problems? Zhou Shihui nodded. The white-haired old man wearing presbyopic glasses next to him said, "Just look at them and you will know." He turned around and waved to the soldiers at the door. Then 3 people were pushed in with their hands locked in metal. The metal on these 3 people's bodies was put on by a level 6 metal element Arcanist. At this time, he was following behind the 3 people, raising his hands slightly to control the metal to prevent them from breaking free. The 3 people's expressions were somewhat abnormal at this time. Their eyes were wide open, and their facial features were twitching fiercely. They were like fierce beasts baring their white fangs. Their bodies were constantly struggling and twisting, and the energy fluctuations on their bodies were constantly chaotic. Wu Qingyue looked at the three people's eyes and saw that they were fierce, crazy, and a little unfocused. It was obvious that their minds were not clear, and the whites of their eyes were bloodshot. Their abilities were only level 2 or 3, and it did not affect the people present. But this situation made Wu Qingyue frown. He doesn't know who he is now, and he can't recognize people. The white-haired old man raised his hand and pushed up his presbyopic glasses. So far, we have only found these 3, but with the situation this morning, I think we should take precautions. Zhou Shihui walked to the side of the glass and looked out. Thick smoke rose from many places in the base due to the sudden outbreak of war. Maybe this is the second outbreak of the apocalypse. But this time, not everyone will become zombies or awaken arcanists. If they don't become zombies this time, then they will become dry corpses. Zhou Shihui frowned, and his tone was heavy. At this time, Haiqing and the others who stayed in the base looked at the crazy Kong Qingming helplessly. Kong Qingming was blocking the corridor of this floor, and the corridor behind him was filled with twisted trees. Green branches rushed into the room from all the doors and windows in the corridor, and then grew rapidly in the room, and then broke through these rooms to break out of the building. From the outside, it could be seen that the windows of all the rooms in this building were covered with green leaves. Kong Qingming. What are you doing? Meng Yu looked at Kong Qingming with a puzzled and dignified expression. At this time, Kong Qingming's beautiful eyes were red, and the whites of his eyes were covered with a faint blood color. He looked at Meng Yu and the others with a blank expression and did not respond to her words. His expression is not right. Xiao Yunlong protected Meng Yu behind him, frowning as he looked at Kong Qingming's eyes. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, the back of his head was immediately slapped. Pa, Meng Yu rolled her eyes and said, "We are not blind. Who here can't see that his expression is not right? Just you. Xiao Yunlong. Can't you give me some face? Can you not hit the back of my head?" Chapter 853. He usually had a charming smile on his face that could confuse all living beings, but at this time he had a cold and expressionless face, as well as a pair of red but cold eyes. The unbridled and crazy growth of the trees behind him showed his abnormal state. "Kong Qingming, what the hell is going on with you?" Although Meng Yu shouted at him, her tone was only tentative. Kong Qingming looked at her coldly. Although his eyes were cold, there was no other emotion except for this coldness. There was not a trace of humanity on that overly beautiful face, like a lifeless robot. However, just as Meng Yu's voice fell, Kong Qingming's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of madness, then he suddenly stretched out his hand, controlling the branches behind him to rush towards Xiao Yunlong, Meng Yu and the others. Meng Yu and Xiao Yunlong immediately acted at the same time, and the soldiers behind them immediately raised their guns. "Don't shoot!" Meng Yu fiercely shouted to the people behind her. This meant that she and Xiao Yunlong could handle it, they did not need to intervene. Meng Yu was also a natural plant, so as soon as she made her move, the movement of Kong Qingming's branches immediately slowed down. But Kong Qingming's level was one level higher than Meng Yu. Although Meng Yu could control these branches, Kong Qingming would soon regain control. Fortunately, there was Xiao Yunlong next to him. As soon as he made his move, the surrounding metal immediately broke through the air, quickly buckled Kong Qingming's hands, and then twisted his hands behind him. Kong Qingming's hands were buckled by the steel and metal, and he subconsciously struggled. But Xiao Yunlong's level was also one level higher than his, and Kong Qingming could not break free. In the end, his hands were still locked behind him. Xiao Yunlong's figure flashed behind him, raised his hand and knocked on the back of his neck. Plop, Kong Qingming's eyes turned over and he softly fell to the ground. Take him down. Meng Yu and Xiao Yunlong turned around and walked towards the stairs. At the same time, she raised her hand, and the trees that were originally controlled by Kong Qingming on the stairs immediately shrank back or separated to form a path on both sides. When Xiao Yunlong and the others went downstairs, they saw the soldiers or some psychic ability users outside, or strong men, carrying a long humanoid strip out in pairs. These are the survivors who became dead. Xiao Yunlong frowned and asked Meng Yu with a heavy heart. Meng Yu's expression was also not good. She nodded and said, "Yes, I heard from them that the zombies that died were all ordinary people. Paranormals were originally fine." As she spoke, she turned her head to look at the unconscious Kong Qingming being dragged by the two men behind her and silently swallowed her last words. This scene is similar to the doomsday 6 years ago, Xiao Yunlong said with a sullen face. At this time, Du Yuanxing came over with his men and said to them, "Leader Xiao, our leader invites everyone to the conference hall to take a break. The base is in a mess right now, and we have to do a large-scale cleanup." What happened to Deputy Leader Kong? As Du Yuanxing spoke, he suddenly saw the unconscious Kong Qingming behind them and asked in confusion. "I don't know what happened to him just now, but he suddenly went crazy. I had to knock him out, the reason is not clear yet." Xiao Yunlong first nodded, then answered Du Yuanxing's question. "Crazy? Are you crazy?" Du Yuanxing stared at Kong Qingming suspiciously. "His mind is not clear, randomly attacking. You should also pay attention, this may also have something to do with them," Xiao Yunlong said as he looked at the corpses that were being carried out. With that, he turned and walked toward the base's government building. When he arrived at the conference hall, he saw Lin Qiao standing by the window with a sullen face looking out. The pressure around her was very low. The surrounding people were standing a little far away from her, quietly not daring to breathe too loudly. Even a level 7 paranormal was suppressed by Lin Qiao's undisguised imposing manner after coming in. He glanced at the others, thinking about the current situation, and understood why Lin Qiao was in such a low pressure at this time. Haven't found out the reason yet. Suddenly such a large scale of zombies, what is even more strange is the people who died, Xiao Yunlong said curiously. Lin Qiao turned around, walked to her seat with a sullen face, and casually pointed to 2 chairs and said, "Please sit down." Then he continued to say, "The reason has not been found out. You also know that I don't have many experts in this field here. But looking at the situation now, if my guess is right, it's not just me that is happening here." Xiao Yunlong's expression was startled, and then suddenly realized something. "You mean, it's really a second outbreak?" Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, "I have already sent people to your sea city to inquire. If you want to know the real situation, it will take an hour or 2. Her premonition last night was so strong, it seemed that it was not fake." At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. A strong wind rushed in from outside the door, and then rushed out from the window. The energy in the wind was violent, and there seemed to be no target. Lin Qiao turned his head and narrowed his eyes. After a while, he saw Duanwan running in with some disorderly footsteps. "Leader, there were people going crazy just now. Several people are in the same situation. What's going on? And what happened with the noise outside the door just now?" Lin Qiao frowned. This was obviously not good news. "Fong Datong, who was behind me just now, also went crazy. He is a level 3 wind type." Duanwan's expression darkened as she said, "What's going on? Tell me clearly what these people are referring to when they go crazy." Lin Qiao asked expressionlessly. "It's when they suddenly lose their minds, and then their expressions are ferocious, their abilities go berserk, and they attack anyone they see." This is what they have in common, and it all happened very suddenly. Duan replied. You said there are several people? That is to say, it's not just a single case. At this time, Xiao Yunlong looked at Duan and asked. After saying that, he looked at Kong Qingming, who was thrown into a chair in the corner. Lin Qiao and others noticed his gaze and looked over. What's wrong with him? Lin Qiao didn't pay much attention just now, and asked this time. Just like she said, he went crazy. Then he was knocked out by me. Xiao Yunlong glanced at Duan and said. Lin Qiao did not make a sound. His eyes were fixed on Kong Qingming. She thought that nothing would happen to the people with abilities, so it turned out to be a delay. At this moment, there was another burst of messy footsteps. Before the person arrived, the sound came. Not good, not good. Boss, no, leader. Brother Tianqing has gone crazy. Quick, go and see him. Lin Wenwen ran to the door in a panic, and almost called Lin Qiao elder sister. Chapter 854. What's going on? Everyone's eyes were on Lin Wenwen. I don't know what's going on with him. At the beginning, he suddenly shouted at us to leave and told us to hide further away. Before we could react, he suddenly used his ability to attack us. Lin Wenwen said to Lin Qiao with reddened eyes. On one hand, he was burning with anxiety, but on the other hand, he was desperately trying to calm himself down. At that moment, everyone suddenly felt a tremor beneath their feet. Oh no! Everyone had a bad feeling as they looked out the window. Yuan Tianqing was an earth-based ability user. Sure enough, when everyone looked out, they felt that the tremor from a distance was getting stronger. They could even hear boom 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 sounds coming from afar. Lin Qiao's figure flashed and disappeared from the conference room. The tremor underground was getting stronger, and the people outside the building were terrified. What happened? What happened? Is it an earthquake? Earthquake! Earthquake! Feeling the tremor beneath their feet, the survivors gathered on the field began to panic again. Everyone, don't panic. It's not an earthquake. It's not an earthquake. Everyone, don't panic. Chen Yuding stood on a high place and raised his hands to shout at the people below. However, his words of comfort did not have much effect. Is this the second apocalypse? Otherwise, why would so many people suddenly die, and so many people turn into zombies overnight, and now, there's an earthquake? That seems to be the case. It's too scary. How can there be a second apocalypse? What should we do? Are we all going to die? How are we going to live if this goes on? A wave of fear immediately spread among the people. Listen to me if you want to live. Don't panic. Otherwise, you'll be scared to death even if you don't get bitten to death by the zombies. Seeing that his words of comfort did not work, Chen Yuding could only shout at them with a cold face. Stop talking nonsense. I'll throw you out of the base. The effect of his words was obvious as everyone immediately quieted down. After all, no one wanted to die. As long as they could live, they were willing to show weakness. After the silence, everyone slowly calmed down. On the other side, Lin Qiao quickly flashed to the most chaotic area. Everyone in the area had retreated far away. The ground around them had cracked and the buildings had collapsed. Many of the underground plates seemed to have been stirred up. It was a complete mess. At this moment, the man who had caused this place to become like this was standing on top of a pile of rubble. His entire body's energy gushed out unscrupulously and then spread into the ground. Lin Qiao approached him in stealth mode, but the other party did not notice her presence. However, the energy around Yuan Tianqing was too violent. It formed an energy ring around him, making it difficult to approach. Fortunately, Lin Qiao was a level 7 zombie with a strong body. In addition, she wrapped herself in energy and forced herself to walk step by step toward Yuan Tianqing. Soon, she was behind Yuan Tianqing. He raised his hand and struck the back of his opponent's neck. The atmosphere and the surroundings suddenly relaxed. Plop, Yuan Tianqing collapsed on top of the pile of ruins. Lin Qiao heaved a sigh of relief and began to carefully examine his surroundings. It would have been better if she hadn't seen it. The moment she saw it, her heart ached so much that she wanted to kick Yuan Tianqing a few more times. Perhaps it was due to the lack of control over the energy, the chaotic energy spread everywhere. With Yuan Tianqing as the center, everything within a radius of at least 5 kilometers had become a pile of rubble. All the tall and short buildings, big and small, had been smashed and collapsed. The grass and trees were toppled and the roads were broken. In short, it was a tragic sight. It was as if there was an earthquake. How long had it been since he went berserk? And this was the result. Because of Yuan Tianqing's chaotic energy, the others had stayed far away from his energy attack range. At this moment, they saw Yuan Tianqing suddenly collapse and the energy storm around him disappeared. Then, they saw another figure appear next to Yuan Tianqing. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, everyone immediately flashed to Lin Qiao's side. Send all these people who went berserk to the second base. Hand them to Elmar and ask her to find a few metal element people to isolate them for observation, Lin Qiao said to Duanwan. To prevent these people from going berserk after they woke up, Lin Qiao asked Duanwan to find metal element people to lock up their hands. Although having their hands locked up would not completely stop them from releasing their abilities, the power released would be much weaker. Lin Qiao asked Shen Yuzhen to quickly find Elmar and let her return to the second base to settle this matter. The second base was the code name Lin Qiao gave to the other half of the base of all beings. Looking at the area that had been destroyed for a few kilometers, the terrain was no longer suitable for living due to Yuan Tianqing's unconscious actions. This was because the land could no longer be used to build houses. Unless they were built underground. Seeing Yuan Tianqing being carried away, Lin Qiao felt that he did not want to see him for the next few days. However, the situation in front of him made Lin Qiao a little frustrated. One wave had yet to subside and another had already started. From morning until now, the situation of the mummified corpses and zombies seemed to have stopped, but the situation of the mutants going berserk was still very unstable. They did not know the reason for all of this. Without knowing the reason, they did not know how to control this situation from happening. To find out the reason, they could only rely on Lin Qiao and Ling Xiantong. Gather all the mutants at the plaza in Area B and isolate them to observe the situation. Send more people to guard Lin Qiao and Ling Xiantong, let them continue their research. Lin Qiao frowned and ordered Duanwan, you go too. As for the other matters, let Yuzhen make the arrangements. In order to prevent these mutants from going berserk at any time, it was better to keep them under control for the time being. Before the reason was found out, they could not simply move around. This was all for the safety of the others, this was the only way. Lin Qiao turned to look at Shen Yuzhen, when the situation at Elmar's side has stabilized, call all those level 1 kings and above to wait for me at the second base's conference hall. Yes. Shen Yuzhen responded and turned to pass the message. The order for all the mutants to gather at the plaza in Area B was passed down by Duanwan. Chen Yuding, Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, Jian Xingtong, Xia Yushin, and all the other mutants appeared one after another. In the original base of more than 10,000 people, there were only a few hundred mutants. Therefore, when these people gathered together, it was not as crowded as the ordinary people. Li Jian was considered a strong leader among the ordinary people, so Chen Yuding helped him apply for the temporary position of squadron leader and let him lead the ordinary soldiers to clean up the aftermath of the disaster area. Therefore, he brought his original subordinates to run around the base. Lin Chao asked Lin Feng to temporarily control and supervise the mutants while he quickly returned to the second base and held a temporary meeting with the zombies. Chapter 855. Are the newborn zombies under control? Lin Chao asked Qiu Lily as they sat at the conference table in the second base. Yes, they are under control. What should we do with them next? Qiu Lily nodded and said. Lin Chao thought about it. The base was too chaotic now, so the newborn zombies should be left outside for now. When there was time, he would call them in to filter the virus and see how many of them would wake up. Take them to the outskirts of the second base first, we will deal with them when we have time. She pondered for a moment and said. Understood. Qiu Lily nodded. The paranormals have gone berserk. Bring Old Man and Old 8 to the quarantine area, and call the other metal-type zombies back. Divide them into 2 batches, one for those who have already gone crazy, and the other for those who are still awake. Lin Chao looked at Elmar and arranged. Okay. Lin Chao's zombies, in addition to the rank 1st Kings and Xie Dong's team, the rest of the zombies from rank 5 to rank 3 were now under the control of Qiu Lily and Elmarch. Among the level 1 King zombies, there were 3 metal-type zombies. Apart from Old Man Gua and number 8 who had a bandage on his head, there was also Mo from the batch of zombies that were snatched from Mo Yen. However, Mo and Yi Qingxian had followed Lin Kuei to find his sister, so the only metal-type zombies in the base were the Old Man and Old 8. Ask the Old Man to go to Lin Feng and Old 8 to go to the isolation area. Lin Chao said to the other 2. Yuzhen, Junjun, and Lu Tianyi, you 3 bring some rank 3 zombies to support Li Jian's work. Yes. Understood. Okay. The 3 nodded at the same time. In the end, Xie Dong was in charge of the intelligence. As for the research room, Lin Chao sent Old 5 and Old 6 with a team of rank 4 zombies to watch over there. After more than an hour, Xie Dong finally brought the news from Haiqing. They are in the same situation as us. Haiqing is in chaos, Wu Qingyue and Frown Shihui are very busy. Xie Dong stood in front of Lin Chao's office with the intelligence. Even without his explanation, Lin Chao knew why they were so busy. Due to the large population of Haiqing, the number of deaths and new zombies would definitely be higher. When the new zombies broke out, it was early in the morning when people were still asleep, so the consequences could be imagined. Presumably, the number of people who were bitten by the newborn zombies was not small, and the number of people who turned into zombies was not small. Thinking about the base, fortunately she had a group of high-level zombies here, they could quickly suppress these new zombies. However, Sea City did not have such treatment. We'll have to wait a day or 2 before we receive any updates on the other bases, Xie Dong said. The others saw that Haiqing was in the same situation as them, and the other bases were probably almost the same. It was just that they needed reliable information. Also, in addition to the survivors in the base, many mutant beasts outside have also gone berserk, and the situation is more serious than the paranormals in the base. There were also many of them. Also, the mutated plants outside are growing crazily. Xie Dong reported the situation outside the base to Lin Chao. It does feel like a second apocalypse. According to this situation, the human population has decreased by at least 40%. Lin Chao suddenly let out a deep sigh. Looking at Mrs. Lin who was sitting on the sofa in the space, Lin Chao suddenly felt a little tired. Is there any progress on Lin Hao's side? She put aside the gloomy feeling in her heart and asked. Xie Dong shook his head. Not yet. At this time, Elmar came in with a book in her hand. As soon as she came in, she sat on the chair in front of Lin Qiao's table and sighed. In about 2 hours, 18 paranormals have gone berserk. What on earth is going on? It was very effective to gather the paranormals together. Later, there were indeed paranormals who went berserk one after another, but because everyone already knew what was going on. As long as they found something wrong, everyone would rush up and knock them out when the energy of the paranormals went berserk. The question was, what was the cause of all these changes? Would all the paranormals be like this in the future? It's coming, it's coming. Dr. Lin and Minister Lang have news. At this time, Shen Yuzhen suddenly rushed over and said to Lin Qiao excitedly. Lin Qiao and Elmar stood up from the chair at the same time, turned around and walked out. Let's go. When they arrived at the research department, Lin Qiao couldn't wait to ask, what did you find? Lin Hao was still bending over and staring at an instrument carefully. He didn't have time to answer her. Ling Xiantong turned around and said to Lin Qiao, these zombies, the people who died this morning, and these paranormals who went berserk. There is a substance in their bodies at the same time, but we haven't analyzed the origin of this substance yet. I've checked, there is no such substance in the blood of the ordinary people who are still alive. I think they are safe. At this time, Lin Hao stood up. Although we have separated this substance, we can only determine that it is a type of gas. Gas? Lin Qiao murmured doubtfully. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but what is the difference between the lowest and highest floors of the dormitory building? At this time, Ling Xiantong suddenly asked again. He turned his hand and passed the thing in his hand to a female zombie beside him. The female zombie skillfully took the glass object from his hand and put it into the groove on the side. She was obviously Ling Xuantong's zombie wife, and there was a little brat hiding behind the female zombie's leg because Lin Qiao's aura was too strong. At this time, Xie Dong suddenly said, the mortality rate of the people at the bottom is higher, and the mutated ones are mostly in the lower floors. At this time, Lin Qiao's mind flashed and he asked casually, so, you are trying to say that this gas is actually coming out from underground? Of course, this is only a guess, it has not been confirmed yet. But looking at the changes in the plants outside, I feel that this guess should be correct. According to the theory of the apocalypse 6 years ago, I think this is very possible. Ling Xiantong said indifferently. But why did people die this time? The water in these people's bodies was directly sucked dry. Could this substance evaporate the water in the human body? This was too scary. If this happened a few more times in the future, how would humans survive? Wouldn't they all die by then? Both Minister Lang and I have checked for ourselves, there is no such substance in our blood. It feels like an evolved version of the zombie virus. At this time, Lin Hao spoke again. Chapter 856. Check everyone in the base. Metahumans are the priority. Isolate them according to the results. Lin Qiao immediately gave the order. Yes. Shen Yuzhen, who was beside her, immediately sent people to carry out the order. Lin Qiao frowned. She thought about the outbreak of the evolved virus, which completely ignored the effect of the energy from her spatial lake. Yuan Tianqing and her mother had been drinking the water from her spatial lake, so their bodies had accumulated some of that gentle energy. However, this energy could not stop the invasion of the substance that Ling Xiantong mentioned. You guys can continue. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Qiao said to Lin Hao and Ling Xiantong, then left the research room. After walking out of the door, Lin Qiao said to Pesticide, one of the zombies that stayed by her side, after Lin Feng and Chen Yuding are done checking, tell them to find me in the conference room. All the zombies that could be used were sent out. Only Pesticide, Xiao Xiao, and Jing Yan were left by her side. Fortunately, Pesticide was smart. Although his memory had not awakened, his ability to do things and understand things was not bad. Moreover, he could recognize many important people in the base. These were all trained by Chiu Lily and El March. Pesticide did not expect Lin Qiao to give him a task. He had always been an idle existence, the leader had never asked him to do anything serious. However, he was only stunned for a moment before he quickly reacted. He nodded and left. While Universal Base was in control of the situation, Haiqing, Huaxia Base, Skyfair City, Meng Clan, and the Black Dragon Base that had not yet recovered were also in chaos. The more people there were, the more chaotic it would be. The more chaotic it was, the harder it would be to clean up the situation. At this time, the ones that suffered the most were not the large bases, but Qingshan Base. Qingshan Base, which was originally built from a mental hospital, had been blasted into pieces. The survivors that were originally small were now gathered in a building on the outskirts of the base. There were about 20 to 30,000 people. At this time, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were surrounded in the middle, the safest position. A group of metahumans and soldiers were guarding the perimeter. Outside the building, there was a group of zombies between level 3 and level 5 guarding the outside. What do we do now? Are we just going to leave him alone in there? The one who spoke was a woman in her 20s. She had short, neat hair and was wearing a doctor's white robe. She was not tall, and her figure was a little thin. Her facial features looked like a pretty daughter from a humble family. There was also a hint of gentleness in her eyes. At this moment, there was still deep worry in her eyes. Lan Lu sighed and said helplessly, "What else can we do? Who among us can beat him? He can't even beat him normally, let alone when he's in such a manic state. What if he continues like this? Will he wake up?" Chang Qingqing, the short-haired woman who spoke just now, frowned and said worriedly. The two of them were talking about the culprit who had destroyed the entire base, their leader. The unfortunate Qingshan base wasn't breached by zombies, but by their own leader. All the major bases in the country thought that Wu Qingyue was the strongest rank 8 leader, and also the strongest metahuman. However, no one knew that Qingshan base had a powerful metahuman who had already broken through to rank 9. It's just that this metahuman was strong, but his brain wasn't very good. Although he was the leader of Qingshan base, he didn't care about anything. Every day, he just wanted to stay in his dark little room and not come out. He didn't see anyone and didn't listen to anyone. The only people who could call him were Chang Qingqing, Lan Lu, and another director who had turned into a zombie. "Sister Qingqing, someone is sick." At this time, a girl in her early 20s ran to Chang Qingqing's side and whispered to her. Chang Qingqing immediately turned her head and asked, "Where?" "Quickly call a bus." After picking up the girl, he immediately brought her into the crowd outside. And the other person who was standing behind Chang Qingqing immediately ran out of the building. Outside the building, a group of zombies surrounded the building, about 3 meters away. Some were standing, some were sitting, but it was very quiet. Only a zombie with a big beard stood there with his hands behind his back. He was 1.9 meters tall, and his whole body was like a sword. He looked deeply into the distance. "Uncle Deba, Qingqing wants you to go up. Someone is sick." The person who ran down from Chang Qingqing's side walked behind the big beard zombie and said to him. The big beard zombie who had a serious and deep aura immediately turned around when he heard someone calling him. The zombie turned around, his whole back hunched, and a pair of black eyes flashed with silver light. He rubbed his claws and roared excitedly. "Roar! Roar, roar, sick! Ah, it's a small matter. Come, 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 take me to see Chang Qingqing's subordinates." "What did you say? I don't understand." But his face didn't change, and he turned around to lead the way for the big beard. Chang Qingqing was staying in a room in a residential area. The buildings in the area weren't tall, and they were densely packed together. There were about 20 to 30 people in the room, and there was a person lying on the bed in the bedroom. He was wrapped in a dirty quilt and curled into a ball. "How is it?" Chang Qingqing asked the people in the room as soon as she came in. "He has a fever, and the temperature is very high." Seeing her come in, the people next to the bed retreated to the side and said. Because everyone was in a hurry to move early in the morning, they didn't have time to bring medicine and other things. So now that someone was sick, there was no medicine for the patient to eat. Chang Qingqing walked to the bedside and carefully looked at the patient on the bed. She reached out and touched the patient's face and forehead. After checking, she found that it was not an awakened ability, but a normal fever. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. There was a woman lying on the bed, and she looked to be about 30 years old. She looked delicate, but her face was a bit yellow, and her face was so thin that you couldn't see any meat, and her eyes were deep. "Do you know her name?" Chang Qingqing asked. The people next to the bed replied, "Her name is Ling Jing. I think she came from the Meng tribe a few months ago." Chang Qingqing nodded, and didn't ask anything else. After a while, she saw the big beard zombie come in. When he came in, everyone subconsciously moved away. Seeing the reaction of the people in the room, the big beard raised his chin and snorted, "Roar? Where's the patient?" Chang Qingqing pointed to the bed, and said with an expressionless face, "Are you blind? Don't you see the one lying on the bed? Did you think we would hide her under the bed? Does she mean that the other person wouldn't look at her before asking? Why would he ask such an obvious question?" "Roar, I was just asking. Why are you so fierce?" The big beard's shoulders drooped, and he looked at Chang Qingqing listlessly. Chapter 857. Cut the crap. Hurry up and treat him. As soon as Chang Qingqing saw him, she couldn't help but look fierce. Her originally gentle aura immediately turned into that of an angry cat. "Roar!" Although he was yelled at, the bearded zombie still obediently nodded and walked to the patient's side. Of course, when he stretched out his hand to press on the patient's forehead, his indecent temperament suddenly changed. A white light leaked out from the gap under his palm, and most of the energy in the white light entered the patient's head. A minute later, the bearded man retracted his hand and took 2 steps back. "Roar!" Chang Qingqing stepped forward to feel the woman's forehead. She heaved a sigh of relief when she found that the temperature had returned to normal. "All right, let's go. Take care of it." She turned around and walked out, disappearing at the door after leaving these words. This was their temporary base. Originally, there weren't many people in Qingshan base, but now, almost half of them were gone. This made the hearts of the leaders heavy. "Look, some of the plants outside have withered, but those that have mutated are full of vitality," Lan Lu suddenly said when Chang Qingqing and the bearded man walked to his side. Chang Qingqing and the bearded man looked out. The bearded man had obviously noticed this situation and did not react. Chang Qingqing frowned in confusion. She stared at the plants outside, not knowing what she was thinking. If my guess is correct, there should be a special stream of air seeping out of the ground last night, and that's why it's like this today. The ones affected the most were ordinary people, and only a small portion of the metahumans would go crazy. However, the zombies were not affected. Furthermore, the mutant beasts and mutant plants outside have all changed, especially those that have taken root underground. Lan Lu pointed at the trees that were no longer growing properly. From his observations, the plants were the ones that had the greatest impact. Some of the plants immediately withered, but 90% of the mutated plants seemed to have been injected with growth enhancers, growing at a crazy rate. Chang Qingxing and Big Beardy's expressions also became serious. If that was really the case, then this situation would not only happen to their base. Their old base could no longer be used, but there were still a lot of valuable resources that could not be lost. He also had to build a new base. There were so many things to worry about. They didn't know when their crazy leader would stop. On the other side, Lin Kuei, who had brought Ink and Yi Qingxian to look for his sister, was now heading toward the Green Mountain base. The Meng clan had been searching for a few days, but they couldn't even catch a whiff of Lin Jing's scent. If it wasn't there, he could only look for it in another base. First, he had to see if there were any bases that were closest to the Meng base. Of course, there was no need to go to China. The second closest base was probably the Green Mountain base. However, Lin Kuei did not know the exact location of the Green Mountain base. He only knew that it was in the territory. Lin Kuei, who was resting on a tree early in the morning, suddenly felt something falling on his head. The tree trunk beneath him seemed to be moving. He came back to his senses in a daze and looked down, only to find that the tree he was sitting on was shrinking. Lin Kuei was startled and jumped down from the tree. What the hell? How could the tree move? Mutated? Didn't they only go up last night because they weren't looking for a mutant? As soon as Lin Gong came down, the other two jumped down from a nearby tree. Although they didn't know why this big leopard would call them up every time it went up the tree, they weren't leopards, why would they go up the tree? In the end, the three zombies stared at the tree Lin Kuei was sitting on. They saw that this 10-meter-tall, originally green landscape tree had all of its leaves turn yellow, and then it withered and fell. Even the tree trunk had lost all of its moisture and withered. Lin Gong looked at this scene with a face full of surprise and confusion. Because of curiosity, the two leopards' ears stood up, and they swung their tails vigorously. What's going on? At this time, Ink reached out and poked him. Lin Kuei turned around and saw her pointing around. What was going on with those trees that were growing at a crazy rate? At this time, there was a sudden ear-piercing meow. Meow, then there was a whooshing sound coming from the surroundings. As soon as Lin Gong turned around, he saw a shadow flashing on the tree in front of him, shaking the dead tree in front of him and causing a bunch of leaves to fall. He saw the shadow stretching out its sharp claws and pouncing towards him. Bang! Lin Kuei only took half a step back, his upper body slightly swayed, and raised his hand to slap the mutant cat in front of him. Meow! The mutant cat's voice was very sharp and ear-piercing. Its body was as big as a giant dog, its forelegs were thick and strong, and the claws that popped out were shining with a metallic luster. Moreover, the roots of the hooks had accumulated a layer of dirty black stuff. The mutant cat's face was ferocious, its two cat eyes were firm and its teeth were bared. It lowered its two ears and fiercely glared at Lin Kuei, roaring non-stop. Meow meow, there were bursts of cat meowing from different distances, obviously there were a lot of them. Lin Kuei frowned and stared at the cat's eyes. He found that its eyes were crazy red, but its expression was somewhat not sober. Ordinary mutant beasts wouldn't attack zombies, especially not high-level level 6 or 7 zombies. But this mutant cat that looked like it was only level 4, why was it attacking them so fiercely and hatefully? He felt that something was wrong. At this moment, there were many giant cat silhouettes flashing around, big and small, everywhere on the tree and on the ground. When cats fight, they actually like to group up. Roar dash! Lin Dao pressed down on his two leopard ears with a face full of displeasure, the green pupils in his eyes contracted into a vertical line. He bared his teeth and roared at these cats. His voice carried the warning of an animal, and the pressure of a superior predator. Immediately, these mutant cats all stood up and retreated a few steps, one by one they bared their teeth at him. Roar dash! Lin Dao flicked his tail and roared again. This time he simultaneously lifted his leg and took a step forward. Meow, the surrounding mutant cats immediately couldn't stand it anymore. Some of the smaller ones had already turned around and ran away. There were also some big ones that were still staring at Lin Kuei. What the hell are they doing? Don't tell me you mutant beasts have now changed to eating zombies. Lin Kuei's heart was also very confused. Looking at these mutant cats that couldn't be driven away, he was puzzled. After a stalemate for a while, Lin Kuei finally won and ended the confrontation. Lin Kuei was like a proud leopard, slightly raising his chin, lazily flicking his tail, watching those cats retreat further and further, and then all disappear. Mo and Yi Qingxian, who were ready to see a cat fight, had a face full of disappointment. Chapter 858. From that day on, Lin Kuei's team was harassed and attacked by all kinds of mutated animals and plants along the way. It had been 2 or 3 days since the major bases finally controlled the chaos in their own bases. In Sea City, Wu Qingyue and others were sitting in the conference hall for a meeting. Xiao Yunlong had already returned to Sea City with Meng Yu and Kong Qingming. After explaining the situation in the Universal Base and seeing that Sea City was also in the same state, everyone felt like they had just survived a disaster. Because this turn of events was too sudden. Did the previous rat swarm foreshadow this situation? Kong Qingming, who had woken up, sat in the deputy leader's seat under the table. He frowned and said thoughtfully, "From the information given by the Universal Base, these gases have a fatal effect on living creatures. But why only half of them mutated and the other half didn't?" Wu Qingyue looked at the backup information in his hand and was puzzled. This question was obviously directed to Mo Li, who had done research in this area. In the past few days, in addition to the situation in the base, they also noticed the situation outside the base. Now almost all the trees in the base had been cut down, because many of the trees that had not mutated had withered and died. Some of them had mutated, and mutated plants certainly couldn't be left in the base. But now that they were out of the base, the trees outside had already grown like a primeval forest. Even the abandoned streets had been swallowed up by the trees in the parks or green belts. Many mutant beasts had also gone crazy, just like the paranormals who had gone crazy. The mania of the paranormals had never stopped. Every day, there would be people who suddenly went crazy and hurt others. Later, after Xiao Yunlong brought back the research progress of the Universal Base, he gathered all the paranormals together for inspection. Those who might go crazy were locked in a special isolation room to prevent them from hurting others when they went crazy. Those who were brought into the isolation room were watched 24 hours a day. If they had symptoms of going crazy, they would immediately be knocked out by the drugs installed in the isolation room. In fact, these research results should not have been given to Sea City, but after Lin Qiao and Lin Feng discussed it, in order to make Sea City relax a little on the division of areas, they automatically gave the results to Sea City. Mo Li's face was expressionless as she said faintly, "I will find out the reason as soon as possible." Although that was the case, it wasn't that easy to find out the reason. From the research of the past 2 days, these gases entered the bodies of animals or plants before turning into the substances that the sentient beings base had researched. That was why half of the people were mutated, while the other half were unaffected. Although the existence of this substance was not found in the bodies of these people, it was not known whether it was hidden in the blood. Wu Qingyue nodded. "I will send more people to you." Mo Li nodded expressionlessly. Xiao Yunlong asked, "Then about the division of areas, we agree just like that?" The corners of Wu Qingyue's mouth were slightly hooked up. He had a faint smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes at all. He said, "So, is the situation in the Ministry of Agriculture very serious?" Zhou Shihui's expression had been gloomy for the past 2 days. The situation at the agricultural base was more than just serious. All the crops had died, and the fields were dry and withered as far as the eye could see. The entire farming base was dead, and they needed to plant seedlings again before they could start planting again. At least for the next few months, they would have to eat the food stored in the warehouse. These were not important. The important thing was, those lands are all dead, the geology can't grow living things. Zhou Shihui closed his eyes, looking very tired and a little irritable. The expression on Wu Qingyue's face also disappeared. He sighed. So, there is no way to save this land. I think we should take a step back from the sentient being's base. At least, Miss Lu's base has not been affected, right? At this time, Kong Qingming opened his mouth again. Yes, after Kong Qingming returned to his base and saw a dry field, he was badly battered and couldn't think of any way to solve it. But later he received news that the cultivation base of the sentient being's base only affected the plants and not the geology. So, if they wanted to solve the problems of their base, they had to start with the land of the sentient being's base. Now that he thought about it, the entire sea city would need the sentient being's base in the future, at least temporarily. Therefore, now Wu Qingyue had no mind to care about the division of areas. That female zombie could get as much as she wanted. The most important thing now was to solve these problems in his base. As soon as Kong Qingming's words came out, the others immediately fell silent. In the end, they all sighed. On the side of the sentient being's base, Lin Qiao and the others were also silent as they looked at the dead farming base. Lu Jun squatted on the ground, holding a handful of soil in his hand, and sighed. Fortunately, at least we can still save the soil quality of these fields. Looking at the fields on both sides of the road, countless level 2 and 3 zombies each carried a spray bucket, spraying water inch by inch on the ground. This water was a mixture of the lake water in Lin Qiao's space and the water outside. Because when this land was being developed before, Lin Qiao had been using the water in her space to spray this land. As a result, the second outbreak of the virus this time, although the plants here also died. But the geology didn't change, there was still vitality. But except for this land, all the fields were dead. The dead soil was all virus. The ones that could grow were all mutated plants. Fortunately, I left a batch of crops in my space, but fortunately, these seeds also grow quickly. It's okay, we can plant them back soon. Lin Qiao comforted her. This cultivation base had always been managed by Lu Jun from the beginning. Seeing the crops he carefully planted die. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable and frustrated. Lu Jun's expression was indeed very gloomy, and her heart was also very uncomfortable. But fortunately, to her relief, there was no problem with the land here. Listening to Lin Qiao's words, Lu Jun let out a deep breath, and then stood up. Lin Qiao rested her chin on the side. At first, she thought that the lake water in her space was going to lose its effect, but it seems that she was thinking too much. He ordered his subordinates to pull out the withered plants and clean them up. Then, he used the water from the spatial lake and the water from the outside to wash the ground. Lin Qiao then brought out the seedlings that Lu Tianyi had prepared in her space these 2 days. These days, other than the soldiers in the base, Lin Qiao didn't let any humans come to this land to work. Those people were still in a state of emotional instability, so it wasn't suitable for them to work. Chapter 859. In Lin Qiao's space, all 3 buildings had been developed by Lu Tianyi. Because the situation was too serious, Lu Tianyi felt that it would be a waste if he didn't use his sister's space. Therefore, Lu Tianyi went back into Lin Qiao's space and refused to come out. Lin Qiao couldn't be bothered. She let him play around in her space, but she would still quietly help Lu Tianyi fetch water from the lake. She couldn't help it. She could only get close to the lake. Therefore, the 3 animals that could play on the grass were chased into the forest. Woof! Ah Wang sat at the edge of the forest unhappily and barked in the direction of the building. The grassland where they had been playing was now completely cleared by Lu Tianyi. But the soil wasn't plowed yet. Lin Qiao put Xiao Xiao, pesticide, and the others into the space and let them follow Lu Tianyi to play. When she returned to the base at night, she had a headache looking at the information that Lin Hao and Ling Xiantong had researched. So you're saying that the people with superpowers who were confirmed to be safe are no longer safe? What did he mean by hidden development? Hidden danger. She frowned as she looked at the information in her hands. Lin Hao sat opposite her. I thought that if this substance was a gas that leaked from the ground, it would be impossible for some people to inhale it while others didn't. After all, everyone needed to breathe. Lin Hao crossed his arms in front of his chest and continued to think. So I studied Mai and Ling Xuantong's blood in detail and found that it was indeed a little hidden. But it needs a stimulation point to be activated. He used electric current to stimulate his and Ling Xuantong's blood and found that the violent substance would be activated under different levels of electric shock. Therefore, he drew the blood of other people and continued the experiment. He found that everyone's stimulation point was different. Some people's blood would start beating at 50 volts, while others needed a high voltage of 10,000 volts. Therefore, the stimulation point was set according to everyone's unique situation. How could this be? Which means that you or others will act up at some uncertain time or under some stimulation. Lin Qiao frowned at him. That's bad news. But there's another piece of good news here. Lin Hao nodded, then his eyes lit up and he said, this kind of madness seems to only happen once. Ling Xiantong studied the metahumans who had acted up and found that there was no longer this substance in their blood. However, I can't be too sure at the moment. If that's the case, then as long as it happens once, it won't happen again. Really? How can you be sure? Didn't you say there's a hidden period? Lin Qiao's eyes lit up. If it was really as he said, then this was indeed good news. I already said that I'm not too sure. Lin Hao shrugged. Lin Qiao sighed. All right, I understand. Lin Hao left after giving her his report. Lin Qiao leaned back in his chair and turned his head to look at the dark night outside the window. Although she didn't need to breathe, the air pollution on Earth was getting more and more serious. If this continued, it would definitely cause great harm to the human body. The living conditions of humans were getting harsher and harsher. Lin Qiao entered the space and stood in front of the small building. Lu Tianyi was still working in the fields with Xiao Xiao, pesticide, and more than 20 zombies. Anyway, there was no day or night in her space. After drinking Lin Qiao's blood, Mrs. Lin has been staying quietly. Lin Qiao glanced at her clothes and hair. Her clothes had been changed, but her hair was still a bit messy. Lin Qiao took out a chair from the house and placed it outside the small building. She waved at her and said, "Come and sit, I'll help you comb your hair." Mrs. Lin was still a bit afraid of Lin Qiao, but she wouldn't resist. Moreover, the way she looked at Lin Qiao now was more of confusion and confusion. After his mother sat on the chair, Lin Qiao found a comb in the house. Qiu Lily and Lu Jun had this thing the most. After combing her mother's hair, Lin Qiao used a band to tie her hair behind her neck. She looked more spirited. After finishing with his mother, Lin Qiao put the comb in her hand. Then she walked to the lake and stood there, looking at the mirror-like calm lake water. Two figures slowly walked up behind her. The Earth's environment is getting worse and worse for humans. But you can't say that the Earth is going to be destroyed. Are you going to rest and recuperate? After all, humans have been destroying the environment these years. Lin Qiao said without looking back. The two people behind her stood 1 meter away from her because Lin Qiao was a few meters away from the lake. So Mo Yen and the two zombies could walk to her and stop. Hearing Lin Qiao's words, the two zombies behind her didn't say anything. Lin Qiao turned around and stared at Mo Yan's head. It's very slow to heal. At this rate, I'm sure you won't be able to heal at all. At your speed, how many years will it take for you to recover? Mo Yan's face was still covered with strange black lines. His expressionless face made him look cold and evil. Beside him stood the beautiful girl in white with dark circles under her eyes. These two were really inseparable. Hearing Lin Qiao's words, Mo Yan's face darkened. He also felt that his recovery was slow. But in a few years, who knew what would happen in the outside world? Others were improving, but he was regressing. But Lin Qiao's next words made him happy. You might not know, but humans have experienced the second apocalypse these days. Lin Qiao turned her head away and said lightly, a large number of people died in every base. A large number of people have died in each base. Some have turned into zombies, and the plants have either died or mutated. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Saying that, she turned her head and looked at Mo Yen. Mo Yen. Then why did you say so much? Lin Qiao seemed to see his eyes and said, I'm just telling you about the outside world. Otherwise, you would be too bored here. Mo Yen was indeed bored. He couldn't do anything here. And only Lin Qiao would talk to him. The others, or the other zombies, basically wouldn't talk to him. Lin Qiao said a few words to him and then left the space. Then she absorbed energy in her room. She didn't even dare to tie her waist when she wore clothes. She also wore a military shirt. It was loose and loose. She wore a military jacket on the outside. Others couldn't see that her belly was a little bit bulging. Lin Qiao touched the daily changes in her belly and was looking forward to it more and more. It would be great if little man was born in a human form. She knew that her body couldn't give birth to a complete human baby, but at least it would look like a human. Chapter 860. Although Lin Qiao didn't care about her identity as a zombie, she was still more inclined to be a human. These days, the cleanup of the base was carried out very quickly, and everyone's accommodation was redistributed. Of course, these matters were handled by Yuan Tianqing, who woke up after being knocked out for 6 hours by Lin Qiao. After Lin Feng checked his body, he didn't find any signs of that substance invading his body, but Qin Yuding did. So on the second day, he also entered a berserk state, but fortunately, everyone was already on guard. Soon, they found Elmar and knocked him out. Elmar and the rest of the zombies were still wearing masks and sunglasses in front of everyone. The remaining survivors didn't know that these mysterious people in sunglasses were zombies, they only knew that they were the subordinates of the female leader of the base, and didn't belong to Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng. Lin Qiao gave Lu Jun a lot of zombies, hundreds of level 3 to level 4 zombies, to make it easier for Lu Jun to manage. Lin Qiao had no choice but to send Pit, who had nothing to do, and Hu Li, who had a soft personality, to the cultivation base to assist Lu Jun. However, Lin Qiao would still spend most of his time in the base. In order to provide more food for the survivors in the base, he also needed to bring food out to trade with other bases. Lin Qiao now spent most of his time on farming. According to the latest news Xie Dong gathered, almost all the farming bases of the major bases were dead, and the entire human race was now facing a situation where no land could be used for farming, and there would be no food to eat in the future. So Lin Qiao felt that the living, edible, and virus-free crops here would be very valuable for at least the next 3 years. After a week of hard work by more than 100 zombies, the land had now begun to grow vibrant buds. Although these buds had just broken out of the soil, or just moved out of the seedling trough, they all seemed to be growing very well. But after all, there was still not enough manpower. These more than 100 zombies worked day and night, never stopping. In this week, they planted less than 5 mu of land, and on the other side, they continued to loosen the soil, continued to open up wasteland, and continue to plant. Lin Chao thought about it, and could only put down the level 2 zombies. Although the level 2 zombies didn't seem to be very smart, at least they could still understand simple instructions. Therefore, level 1 King Pit and Hu Li, who had nothing better to do, became the coaches of these level 2 zombies. He taught them to open up wastelands, cut down trees and weeds, and to loosen the soil and dig pits. Lin Chao would let them drink from the lake once every 3 days, so that some zombies wouldn't sneak into the artificial pool that De Hate dug last time to drink from. This was because the lake water that Lin Chao had released into the lake and the water from the river were used to supply the plantation. Fortunately, these level 2 zombies were very obedient, and they didn't know how tired they were when working, and they didn't dare to resist. Their efficiency was naturally several times faster than that of humans. The plantation was progressing quickly, but the research lab was also making progress. Lin Hao and Ling Xiantong already had a preliminary understanding of the source of this substance, and they further analyzed the structure and characteristics of this substance. However, the most important thing now was detoxification and prevention. Look, it's being melted. It's working. In the research room, Ling Xiantong bent over and stared at the microscope. His eyes were shining and his voice was filled with excitement. Really? Lin Hao's eyes also lit up. He leaned over and squeezed Ling Xiantong to the side, and stared at it himself. Ling Xiantong didn't care about being pushed away by him, and looked at a big rat that was half a meter long in a cage at the other corner. He leaned over excitedly. Squeak, 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 squeak. This rat wasn't quiet, and it kept jumping around in the cage that was 1 meter tall and 1 meter long. It crashed into the cage, and it also injured the rat's head and body. However, this rat didn't care. It bared its teeth, and its facial features were ferocious. Its eyes were red but unfocused. Obviously, this was a mutated rat that had gone berserk. Ling Xiantong placed his hand on top of the rat's cage, and a white mist was released from his hand. When the white mist touched the cage, it immediately formed a layer of ice. The white mist that entered the cage quickly covered the rat's body. Squeak, 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 squeak. The rat that was running suddenly stiffened, and it couldn't move anymore. A transparent white ice gradually appeared on its body, and it was frozen just like that. However, its head wasn't frozen, and it was still squeaking. Seeing that the rat was frozen, Ling Xiantong immediately opened the lid of the cage. At this moment, the female zombie who was holding a tube of lake water beside him automatically passed the liquid in her hand to him. Ling Xiantong took it and said to her, "Open its mouth, don't let it bite randomly." The female zombie squatted down, and both of her hands directly reached into the cage. She opened her fingers and grabbed the rat's nose bridge. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat opened its mouth and wanted to bite, but it couldn't shake off the hand that was grabbing its nose. The female zombie quickly reached in with her other hand and grabbed the rat's lower jaw. Then both of her hands lifted up, and opened the rat's mouth. Ling Xiantong poured all the lake water into the rat's mouth, and after he stopped, he let the female zombie open the rat's mouth. Then he closed the cage, and melted the ice on its body. Squeak, squeak. The rat that had its ice removed was trembling all over, and it wanted to struggle to run, but its body didn't listen to it. At this moment, Lin Hao also came over, and stared closely at the rat's movements. A small figure leaned on the female zombie's leg, and stuck its head out crookedly. A pair of dark zombie eyes had a hint of curiosity. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the rat suddenly stopped trembling. It quietly curled up into a ball, and its eyes were wide open without any focus. But after a while, Lin Hao and Ling Xiantong saw that the red in its eyes disappeared. After the red disappeared, the rat's eyes began to shine. It blinked and looked around, and then realized that it seemed to be locked in a bad place. But before it could react, it saw two humans standing in front of it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Maybe it was because Lin Hao and Ling Xuantong's metahuman aura was too strong, the rat immediately became alert. In an instant, it shrunk to the furthest corner of the cage from the two of them, and its eyes stared at the two of them. Seems like it's a success. Lin Hao nodded. Then he turned to the assistant beside him and said, "All right, get ready. We need to confirm it directly on a metahuman." Okay. The assistants were none other than the Bao siblings that Lin Qiao brought back from the Huaxia base. The younger sister, Bao Xiaoying, was helping Lin Hao inside, while the older brother, Bao Xiaoguo, was guarding the door. Chapter 861. So you mean, in the case of paranormals going crazy, as long as they drink this, they can calm down? Lin Qiao looked at the research results brought by Lin Hao. Although she wasn't surprised, she was still a little confused. Because Yuan Tianqing and Mrs. Lin had obviously drunk the lake water she gave them, and they drank it every day. So the energy in their bodies obviously couldn't play a preventive or immune role, but after the outbreak, drinking it could suppress it? It felt a bit contradictory. It seems to be the case at present, but it needs to be drunk in enough quantity. He had to do it at least once for it to be effective. It's useless if it's less. Lin Hao nodded, took out a tube thicker than a thumb and shook it in front of her. So the water in Lin Qiao's space lake not only needs to be provided to the cultivation base, but also to the research room. And the research room only needs to make the packaging. So the packaging materials still need to be collected. Or find some talent in this field to make it themselves. However, talent is not easy to find. Now there are too few people in the base, and most of the ordinary people are ordinary people in society or office workers. Among thousands of people, there was no one in this field that came out. Lin Qiao nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that person is coming again. Do I still need to act? After reporting the work, Lin Hao suddenly asked when there was no one around. He heard the news that High City has agreed to the conditions discussed by Lin Feng last time. So this time he came to sign the treaty, but it wasn't Xiao Yunlong who came. Lin Qiao raised her eyelids and glanced at him, saying, "You seem to be having a good time." I thought he wouldn't be so fast, it seems I was wrong. When the man left last time, it seemed that he was really angry. She thought that he would at least take a long time to appear in her base. She didn't expect that in less than 10 days, he was ready to come again. I just don't like him. Lin Hao shrugged, it's not a good way to go on like this. I think he is still a man. If he still doesn't care about you and your mother, I will beat him to death. Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him and said lightly, "You can't beat him." Lin Hao. Can't you give me some face? I, your little brother, also want to save face. Who am I scolding for? Looking at Lin Hao's expression of, who am I doing this for? Can't you give me some face? Lin Qiao shrugged and said, however, I don't want to marry anyone. If little man is born in the future and she wants to follow him, I won't object. I will respect the child's opinion. Lin Hao said disapprovingly, what if the child wants the two of you to be together? Which kid doesn't want their daddy and mommy together? He was actually not the child's father. Lin Qiao said in her heart. However, she did not want to think about that scumbag. In the future, Little Man would know that the other half of her bloodline belonged to Wu Qingyue. Moreover, based on young man's previous behavior, Lin Chao felt that this child would still stir up trouble when she came out. Thinking of this, Lin Chao felt that he would have to suffer in the future. Can't you just be a good baby? Wouldn't it be better to learn from Lingling? Lin Chao, who had a premonition that her life would be turned upside down by the brat in the future, inexplicably felt that giving the child to Wu Qingyue was not a bad idea. A single-parent family doesn't have a good influence on the child's mental state. Lin Hao said again. Although he was indeed very unhappy that Wu Qingyue took advantage of his sister, objectively speaking, Wu Qingyue was still a good man. At least he had the sense of responsibility. Of course, this was only for now. Whether he would give up on Lin Chao in the future was unknown. However, for the child's growth and health, as a doctor, Lin Hao also hoped to give the child a healthy family environment. If he dared to give up, he would beat him to death. It seemed like he couldn't beat him. What should he do? It's actually not a bad thing for a child from a single-parent family to mature early. Moreover, I feel that this child's mental state is not as weak as ordinary children. This was a little monster, all right. Lin Chao continued expressionlessly, speaking of which, are you speaking for him now? If so, get out. I'm busy. Oh. Hearing that she was chasing him away, Lin Hao subconsciously stood up and walked out. After 2 steps, he stopped and turned back to look at her. No, I'm just thinking from the child's point of view. This child is different from others. He can't be judged by the standard of ordinary children. All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Lin Chao replied a little impatiently. She lowered her head to look at the documents while using her hand to sweep him out. TSK. Lin Hao rolled his eyes and turned to leave. 3 days later, Wu Qingyue led the team to the Universal Life Base again. Seeing that the atmosphere at the Universal Life Base was even more peaceful than his own base, Wu Qingyue suddenly felt a little envious of the female zombies' zombie army. At least in this kind of disaster situation, they could suppress and control the situation in time. Moreover, they could also minimize the losses. However, as soon as he saw Lin Chao, Wu Qingyue immediately thought of how intimate she was with Dr. Lin. Wu Qingyue immediately turned this envy into another kind of jealousy. As a result, when he faced Lin Chao, the smile on his face was a little cold. What's wrong? Leader Lu's expression seems to be very disappointed to see me. Wu Qingyue sat in the guest seat in the living room and glanced at Lin Chao with a faint smile. He seemed to say it jokingly. However, everyone present could hear a hint of ridicule in his words. The people of High City couldn't bear to look at it. Their leader's jealousy was too strong. However, the people at the Universal Life Base had a look of curiosity on their faces. This leader Wu's style today is a little strange. What's with this ridiculing face? What happened to the gentle smile of a spring breeze? Lin Chao looked at him meaningfully and said with a smile, I thought that someone would be so shocked that he didn't want to see me. It seems that his ability to resist shocks is quite strong. Or was it a masochist? Did he come to see her act with his brother again? He clearly looked like he was being abused before. Wu Qingyue squinted his eyes and said, it seems that Leader Lu did something to let him down. Can I understand it this way? Wu Qingyue's behavior today was a little strange. Even Lin Chao began to think so. However, she replied with a straight face, what could I do to let him down? Why didn't I know? The firepower in the venue today was a little strong. They didn't know if they would be swept by it. Everyone changed their expressions and wanted to stay away from these 2 people. Lin Wenwen, who was sitting under Lin Chao's arm, looked at Long Qingying with a bitter face. Why do I have to be so close? Can I change seats with you? Long Qingying sat up straight and pretended not to see Lin Wenwen's gaze. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.